is ready for the largest inventory of wedding bands in North Florida.
So, if you're getting married soon or want to upgrade your bands, don't miss Beard's Diamond's incredible Buy One, Get One wedding band sale. Happening October 1st through the 23rd.
And only at Beard's Diamonds.
All wedding bands are buy one, get one free.
Save thousands. Plus, all stackables, all right-hand rings, all eternity bands, and more are buy one, get one free.
See hundreds of styles from the latest designers at beardsdiamonds.com.
It's the largest selection of wedding bands in North Florida.
At the guaranteed lowest price.
Couples wait for this sale all year.
Buy any wedding band and get the other band free.
Now you can go bigger and better with the band she's always dreamed of during Beard's Buy One, Get One sale.
But hurry, these savings end on the 23rd.
Get the lowest prices in Jacksonville, guaranteed, at Beard's Diamonds at the St. John's Town Center.
Or at beardsdiamonds.com.
It's time for the Northeast Florida Fall Boat Show. One weekend only, October 15th and 16th at the J Tech Institute in Jacksonville's Southside. Boatloads of deals on all the latest boats and accessories. Fishing boats, cruisers, ski boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft from trusted dealers. Vendors, kids' activities, food, and fun. The Northeast Florida Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets and details at boatjacks.com. That's boatjacks.com.
The following message is sponsored by the Florida Department of Elder Affairs, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Medicare open enrollment is October 15th to December 7th. Volunteers with the Florida Department of Elder Affairs SHINE program are available to help with your Medicare questions, virtually or by phone during COVID-19. SHINE is open and ready to help you with local and unbiased counseling and assistance. Visit floridashine.org or call the Elder Helpline at 1-800-963-5337.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Sure, humans can be a little weird at times, but take it from me, I'm a dog. And a person is about the best thing that can happen to a shelter pet. So if you want to learn how you can be that person, get down to your local pet shelter or visit theshelterpetproject.org. Brought to you by...
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKB Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Colts have ruled out running back Jonathan Taylor tomorrow night against the Broncos because of an ankle injury. It'll be the first game he misses in his college or pro career because of injury. Signs continue to point toward quarterback Cooper Rush starting a fourth consecutive game for the Cowboys Sunday against the Rams. Starter Dak Prescott did not practice today. He was with the rehab group. Coach Mike McCarthy said Prescott had a good visit with the doctor yesterday. The next step in his recovery from that thumb fracture is to get enough strength in his hand to throw the ball. The Cowboys 3-0 this season with Rush filling in, meaning there's no real pressure for Dak to hurry back from that thumb fracture, notes ESPN's Dominique Foxworth.
I don't understand what it must feel like to be a franchise quarterback for a team and see someone else having that success. I'm sure that drives Dak to want to get back even more, but he needs to understand that right now they got a couple wins in the bank, and the most important thing is that he is healthy for the stretch run because they're a better team than we thought, and the NFC is a little bit up in the air outside of Philadelphia.
Dominique Foxworth on Get Up. 33-year-old receiver Cole Beasley announced he's retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
If the ball came your way, as well off as you guys are, what would you do?
I'm diving, I'm catching it, I'm turning that moment into an NFT.
More from KJ and Max Thursday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Casey Kurtz.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship. Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him!
This is Brent and Friends with Brent Martineau, Casey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
It's amazing the news that happens overnight. In my time here in Jacksonville, I remember Gus Bradley getting hired at about the news came down at 4 a.m. I had that sucker, by the way, and I just couldn't get a second confirmation. I would have beaten Schefter and Rappaport to that. I'm not kidding.
Nice.
And
Under the cover of darkness.
I could not get the confirmation. It was like 11:30 at night. I had it, and I'm waiting on that second source. I couldn't go with it, you know?
Yeah.
And then I remember, I'll never forget it. I slept on the couch that night because I'm like, I know this is going to break. Like, this is coming. And one of these guys are going to get it.
You knew because someone tipped you off, or you had the gut feeling?
No. I had learned that he was the next head coach of the Jags,
but I needed waiting for it to be public.
Well, I needed another source, and so I had calls out to some people. So I was hoping they would call me that night. Of course, it was late at night, right?
Yeah.
So that made it more difficult. But I just had a gut feeling like, all right, if somebody doesn't call me back in the next hour, and I can push this out there, one of the big dogs are going to get. I mean, of course, it's coming out. I know it's coming out.
Yeah, someone's going to get it.
And at 4 a.m, Schefter pushed it. I woke up. I would wake up every hour and be like, oh, I wonder if it's out yet. I wonder if it's out yet. And only good thing is I was ready to go for the morning show when it happened.
Yeah.
Because I knew it was happening. I probably jumped on WOKV with Rich, and definitely did some TV. So that I remember happening. Urban Meyer last year got fired late. I was on my way home from work almost about midnight. And on a Wednesday night, and boom, it happened. And so that was a late one. Well, then about midnight last night, Barstool folks put out Blake Bortles' retirement.
Well, he had been on a podcast.
Yeah. So that was super low key, right? Retirement for Blake Bortles. And I'm not sure how big of a deal you make retiring. Some people will, we're retiring because you're going to sign for a day with the team. He didn't do any of that. And I think this is really Blake's style to do it. So anyway, it was another kind of overnight development. So then I began talk radio last night on Twitter. And I sometimes will do a spaces. I didn't think this warranted the spaces. Instead, I just tweeted. And I said, and I'm not going to say it probably much different than I tweeted it, because this is how I feel about Blake in his time here in Jacksonville. I don't know if there's a more fascinating player in Jags franchise history than Bortles. When it comes to performance versus the fan respect/affinity versus place in team history with the 2017 season, it's an odd yet cool relationship between Blake and the fan base. And it is. It's everything I said. At least I view it as everything I said. That's why I said it. But it probably plays better on the radio than even Twitter, because you can explain yourself. And this guy, some people will label as a bust. He was a top 5 pick,
He's
right?
a 3rd pick in the draft, yeah.
And did not, it was 5-year run, which is longer than some. See, I hesitate on the busts because a lot of those guys are gone within a year or two. Like Josh Rosen is a bust.
Yes.
Right? So I think it's strong to say bust. I don't believe that. I don't think he was a bust. I don't think he was as good as they hoped or warranted a top 3 pick on him. I think that's clear. But I don't view it as necessarily a bust. I just think there's different levels of this, and maybe it's semantics. Who knows? But the other part of it is the high was 2017, and that is one of the highest moments in franchise history. They were 10 minutes away from the Super Bowl with Blake Bortles as their quarterback. And regardless of what anybody says, Blake Bortles played well that year. Blake Bortles in crunch time, in pivotal time, in the month of December, when it was time to go win the AFC South, played his best football of his career for 3 straight weeks. I think it was Houston, Tennessee, and Seattle. And he played terrific. He actually outdueled, if you will, Russell Wilson here in Jacksonville. And they won the AFC South with 2 games to go, in part because of his play. Where in the year they had leaned on the defense and on the running game so much, they actually leaned on his passing ability in that stretch of games where they put him over the top, clinched the division, boom, it was done. And then he had a bad game against Buffalo, bad first half, really, but still throws the winning touchdown to Ben Koyak. And then he plays pretty good in the next 2 games, like overall, against Pittsburgh and New England. And so for this franchise, in 27 years, has been to 3 AFC championships. He's one of them, and he was a part of it. And I don't think you can take that away from him. I think you got to put that on a pedestal of sorts. And
especially for this franchise.
That's big. It's big.
Yeah.
And by the way, that year saved a generation of Jags fans.
That's a good point. Without that year, you're going a really long time without any significant games.
Oh, listen, my kids lived it. We moved here when they were 3. That was 2008.
Yeah.
They're 17. It's still the only year that warranted, I want to wear my Jags jersey, my Jags shirt, to school. I want to go to the game. I want to watch every show. I can't wait to see where they play again Sunday.
You guys
That's
missed
a
by
lifetime
one.
for a kid.
You missed by 1. The season before that, Garrard had a pretty magical
7 was
run.
good. I know we missed
But
it by
it wasn't 17. It wasn't the AFC champion.
But even then, to my point, my kids would have been 2 and not remembered that.
Yeah, it's
right?
too young for that. Yeah.
So he was part of that team. And then the other part in all this is I defended Blake for a long time around here. I thought, because here's my overall view on Blake. I don't think you throw 100 touchdowns in the NFL by accident. I say this a little bit about Jameis Winston. I think that's pretty good. Like, I think you make plays, you win games. Now, he wasn't like this ultimate winner. He wasn't 17 and early on in 18. But I just don't think you do that by accident. You can have a fluky month. You can have Jeremy Lin sanity, and over a short period.
And then disappear.
But even in year 2, he threw 35 touchdowns. Everybody's like, oh, it's garbage time. Well, threw 35 touchdowns. It's a team record.
It's a whole lot of garbage time for 35 touchdowns.
For touchdowns. And so that's why I defended him. Now, he turned the ball over way too much. 75 interceptions in 78 career games, I think it is. And so that was his problem. His problem was turnovers. He just turned it over way too much. By the way, Jameis Winston might not be a starting quarterback very much longer if those continue to add up for the same reasons. Not to say he wasn't skillful, but he turned it over way too much and just can't do that in the NFL on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
So, but through all that, there was always this cool element of Blake. Like, he fit this town, these people, if you will, in the city limits of Jacksonville and beyond so well. I mean, he's from down the road, but so well. It was just a perfect fit for personality, just a cool guy, wasn't full of himself, didn't carry this air about him like I'm the 3rd overall pick and I'm making $40 million and I'm the quarterback of an NFL team. None of that. And I think people admired that. I really do.
But at the same time, he did have a bravado about a very quarterback bravado about him.
Yeah. Yeah. And by the other part of this is the fans at times got all over him. They were very hard, by the way. When I first got here, they were very hard at the end for Garrard. Really hard on Garrard. They were done with Garrard.
Yeah.
They were obviously hard on Gabbert.
They never really wanted him to begin with. They were just done with Leftwich and didn't have another option.
Yeah, and they were hard on Gabbert, by the way, for appropriate and obvious reasons.
Sure.
But they got hard on Blake, too. They were done. They had watched enough, and it was time to move on. But the rest of the league was hard. Some players and obviously analysts and the national pundits were so hard on Blake that sometimes this city, this fan base, even though they were frustrated with him, had his back. Because they were like, don't pick on our guy.
We get to pick on our guy.
Yeah, we get to pick on our guy, but you can't pick on our guy.
Right.
And it was just this. And so that's what my tweet meant. I do think it's one of the most odd relationships with a player that this franchise has had to see. Now, I didn't see the early years up close, so I don't come from the complete view of it. But I just find it hard to have a relationship like Blake did with the fan base, with the city. And by the way, the other part about Blake Bortles, I've done many stories on him. He did a lot of good in this town, in community, and loved
it enough to live here,
and still lives here, obviously. And I think he's going to be a part of this thing. I think he still feels, and I don't know, I haven't talked to Blake in a bit, but I can sense it because even at times when I've crossed paths with him, usually on a golf course or something on the range, you just feel he's still guarded. He's going to be defensive. He's still a young person, and there is some scar tissue with his time here because of the losses and the way things were handled inside the building at the end and just Probably his feeling like he didn't live up to that third pick the way he could have, should have, everybody wanted him to. But I think as time goes by, I think he will endear himself to the fan base, the franchise, the city even more, because I think he is going to be a part of it. I don't see him going anywhere. I think 5 years from now, I think he's going to be a guy everybody can't wait to see out at like a restaurant or whatever else. And nobody knows this Blake. I mean, he's got a couple kids, like he's kind of settled in. Everybody always thought he was,
Mr.
Beach
Bachelor,
Bar
yeah.
Blake. Or Barstool Blake.
Barstool Blake is a good one, yeah.
Because he had a little bit of that in him. And we always said this. This was a knock on Blake. As a quarterback in the NFL, you got to be a CEO. And Blake was never that CEO type, which endeared him to fans in a way, but was probably never going to make him the quarterback he needed to be.
Yeah.
It was almost detrimental as it was helpful at times. And that just wasn't his personality. And I don't think he ever became that CEO type. Maybe he just didn't have the confidence. Maybe he didn't play well enough to become that. I don't know those answers. I'm not a psychiatrist here. I'm just kind of looking at it. And I also think, I just said, I think the beach bar stuff was the most overblown stuff about Blake Bortles, like ever.
When you say beach, just the fact that he hung out there a lot, he got a rep for being out there?
He did. Well, people said he was out there all the time.
Yeah.
Right? So it became like these legend stories of, hey, he's at the beach bars. He's at the beach bars. He's at the beach. Because I think at his age and where he lived and he liked it out there, that people would see him. But people seeing him turned into like these urban legend stories of he was out there every day.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that was true. I remember talking inside the building with their brass at one time. I'm like, is this an issue? Like, we keep hearing about this. I haven't seen it in person. I don't see the impact in it's having, like, day to day in practice or when we're around them. Like, do you guys view this as an issue? And they never really believed a lot of it, at least the folks I talked to, and we both came to the same conclusion. And I still come to this conclusion. Wouldn't you have seen, like, pictures on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, like, all the time?
Yes, but... Right? Like, yes, in 2022, but granted, that was a little while back.
That's not that long ago.
Not that long, but it wasn't as prevalent. It wasn't as prevalent.
Selfies were more prevalent when he was playing than they are even now.
But you're right. You would have seen something. And we did see a little bit of it, but certainly not to the degree that...
it became such a story, And I kind of always felt bad about that part of it with him because I don't think that part was true. And at least to the degree, again, that people said. So anyway, share your Blake stories if you got them. And there are some great moments. Again, I'm like probably a lot of the fans. I have an affinity for Blake, the person, and what he endured. He was a tough son of a gun now. And I think he had so much respect in the locker room for being this tough. He was durable. He was there he took all accountability. He took the blame, and he took too much blame at times, in my opinion.
You think so?
Oh, well, that's what quarterbacks do. But I think he took too much of it. And I don't think all of that was his fault. And so I think he earned a lot of respect. Like, people that played with Blake, and we're going to get Clay Harbor on today, we'll have Josh Scobee on today, and they respect the hell out of Blake Bortles. Like, they really do. And I think to a man they would say that. It's just a fascinating 5 years.
I'll tell you what fascinates me a little bit. We talk about the city's relationship with Blake, and a lot of that is the city's relationship with the legend of his being, more so than the player himself. But, even just looking at the chat, you hear this all the time. You talk to people about Blake, it's almost like 50-50. You get people who remember the bad times, and people like, who is it, Michael Griffith. I was so happy when we were finally able to get rid of him. And then you get people like Ian Jensen. He goes, I can't believe it. He's very happy. I got my black Blake Bortles jersey to mourn properly, and more playoff wins than Dak and Carr and Cousins and Wentz combined. Nowhere near a bust. You kind of go back and forth a little bit with some of the folks who have watched this team over the years.
Yeah, I think there's a part of that because what you have on social media especially, and people that listen to the shows, and I get it. Listen, you're a fan, and so you're rooting for performance. But then there's this other element of, like, this human element of things. And when things work out together, like, let's just say a Calais Campbell, where you can celebrate both, people are okay with doing it. But if you're going to pick the human element over circumstance. And circumstance over performance. Well, that's not going to happen very often, right? People are going to take. Listen, you're the quarterback. You're pick 3. You're supposed to help save the franchise. You're supposed to deliver championships and wins, and you didn't do it. And there are a segment of population like that's all I care about watching the Jags, and I get that. I think that's part of it. But I think that's why you see the split a little bit, Aaron, because I think there's the other part of it that tugs at people. Like, man, this guy was a good dude. Like, he was easy to root for. There's maybe no easier player in franchise history to root for than Blake Bortles.
You know,
and I think that still tugs at people.
It wasn't that long ago, but I've forgotten he was a top 3 pick. I thought he was further down in the first round, like top 10, but man.
Well, you have some stuff. What was it 2014 like? What do we go back to that stage?
I wanted to put you in the right headspace for 2014 because it doesn't sound like it was that long ago, but it kind of was. I mean, at this point, we're talking, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
And so much was going on. So let me put you in that headspace, Brent. Oh, all right. Let's go back. Let's get a little dream music. Let's go back in the time machine. The number one song in the country in 2014, Pharrell's Happy.
Oh.
And now...
Good song.
You think so. So did the rest of the world, by the way. Not to go down a rabbit hole, but I spent at least 10 minutes looking up different stats on this song because I'm a stat guy from way back in the day. I really did get lost in the rabbit hole on this one. But just real briefly, just the legend that is this song, by the way. 6.25 million copies sold. That was just in the States. Won an MTV Music Award, a Grammy, 14 million streams. Nearly won the Oscar and got beat out by Frozen's Let It Go. Huge song. Number one song in 48 countries. Wow. Could you imagine that? You get a hit in this country and then, oh, by the way, 47 other countries. That is mailbox money.
That is good.
Martineau. Platinum in 16 countries, including here in America where it went 11 times platinum. But that's enough about Pharrell's Happy.
Nice
8
job,
years,
Pharrell.
4 months, 28 days ago, Blaze Blazington, a.k.a. Blake Bortles, a.k.a. the B.O.A.T, a.k.a. the Blake of all time, was drafted number 3 by the Jacksonville Jaguars. By the way, we were all still using Windows 7.
Wow. Wow. What are we on
6,
now?
We're on Windows 11. iPhone 6 gets announced later that year.
We're on 14.
From Google Glass to Fitbits, 2014 saw this onslaught of wearables. It was the first time any of us ever saw a watch or a fitness tracker or the Google Glass.
Oh, a lot of money was made.
Oh, man. Gas was only $3.57 a gallon. I say only. It's pretty much the same right now. How's that possible?
It was that high?
Yeah, up and down, up and down. I think it had to do with hurricanes that year.
Man, what's a bargain right now? I saw it for $2.98 last night in Palatka.
$2.98. That's going to change, by the way. OPEC just decided to change that today. We say gas. Sports. How about sports? Rafa Nadal, Maria Sharapova, they just won the Madrid Open right before Blake was drafted. Rory had just won the BMW PGA Championship. Oh. The Kawhi Leonard, Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker Spurs just beat the big 3, LeBron, Wade, and Bosh.
Hey, kids, do you even remember Kawhi Leonard was on the Spurs?
Kawhi Leonard was on the Spurs. That was a good team now. Beat him 4-1 in the finals. Off-season baseball moves, making you a little nostalgic. How about this? John Lester signs for $155 million with the Cubs. That was a huge deal back then. You had Russell Martin going to the Blue Jays. I think Russ spent some time here in Jacksonville with the
Suns.
The Suns,
back
that's
in the
right.
day. Good call right there by you.
All right, top show on TV, Mad Men. You ever watch Mad Men?
No.
It's a great show.
But I know Ham is
Ham is on there,
right?
yeah, great show about
He was on
advertising.
Man and Cassie the other
The
day.
top movie was The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Is that the Tobey? No,
Is that
not
Tobey
the Tobey
Maguire?
Maguire one.
No.
And it's not the Tom Holland one or whatever it was. This is the Facebook Kid. This is the second movie from the Facebook Kid for Spider-Man. And by the way, a pandemic went to an epidemic, but it was Ebola. It was not COVID.
Oh.
Israel versus the Palestinians, that was the biggest war story globally. To remember back when life was so simple, when it was just the Israelis versus the Palestinians.
Wow, that was that short ago? Gosh.
ISIS debuted. It was a big debut for ISIS. They didn't last very long, though, much like Blake's career right there. We lost Robin Williams, Joan Rivers that year.
Wow, Robin Williams been gone for 8 years.
The Sony hack happened in 2014. Yeah. And then, of course, Blaze Blazington drafted May 8th? I think 2014. Number 3 in the draft.
Why were we so late? Gosh, the draft was late then. It was in early May.
And then they turned it into some big event, got ratings and money on it, and
I was there.
Rest is history.
So here's my draft story with in New York, and I swear I saw a bunch of Jags fans in New York wrapped around Radio City Music Hall, but that was back when it was in New York. And I think actually Should I double check? Because now I get Chicago and New York mixed up. But I'm pretty
Radio
sure it was
City
New
had
York.
the draft for a long time. I saw the Keyshawn draft.
I think in
there.
14 it was still New York. But
look it up for you.
it is. It's definitely New York. It's definitely New York. Please make sure I'm not wrong, but I think it's definitely New York. I think it's definitely. So crazy thing is,
New York.
Jags have the top 3 pick. We know that. I remember going to Pro Day. Jadeveon Clowney was a number 1 overall pick that year, right?
Yes.
And so we went up to South Carolina Pro Day because we thought, hey, maybe the Jags end up with Clowney. We didn't really have Bortles too high in the mix. Was that a Manziel year?
No, I don't think it was.
Derek Carr was picked in the second round?
Derek Carr was in the second round, yes.
Who else? There was some like the
You're looking for quarterbacks?
Yeah, former
Teddy
FSU guy.
Ballgame was at the end of the first
Bridgewater.
round.
Who else was picked in like the top 10 or 12?
You had Blake. I'm looking for more QB. Oh, Manziel was that year, 22.
Oh, yeah, Manziel. So there's a rumor that comes out that Manziel might be picked. I think the Jags smokescreened that, right? And as it got closer to the draft.
All right.
And so now we're full anticipation. We're like, what's going on? We really don't have a good clue. In Radio City Music Hall, you can't, when you're covering the draft, you're just there like in a back hallway waiting to interview the guy after. You're not really allowed to do much.
You can't really hear anything either.
Yeah, and so, I actually made my way to the hall, like where all the fans are, and the staging is, and everything else. Because Jags connected us with somebody from the NFL that was going to wind us through this back hallway to eventually talk to whoever their pick was. And so I'm waiting halfway down the aisle. Think about you're in a regular auditorium, halfway down the aisle on the right side. And I'm just kind of watching this unfold. And the first pick goes, and it's Clowney, and the second pick goes, and I don't even remember who it was. And so now the Jags are on the clock. Well, at where I am, like exactly where I am, there's like 4, 5, 6 people sitting right there on the left on the end. And all of a sudden, I start hearing them say, they're going to pick him. It's going to be Bortles. Blah, blah, blah. Like they're talking about Bortles.
Yeah.
It ends up being like some of his family.
How random.
Family, friends in that spot. And they heard like minutes before. So now I'm like, I know who they're picking. Like, I'm trying to push it out there. I'm like confirming it. Somebody else actually texted me about it and it's like, it's happening. So I'm going to get it out before it's even on TV. Well, there's no service inside Radio City Music Hall.
What's up with that?
It just got stuck. I'm like behind watching these people celebrate and go nuts, like as they actually make the call.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do anything with it.
Oh, losing your mind.
But that's what I remember about Bortles. But it was somewhat of a surprise, right? And the Jags reached because in 2013, they couldn't get a quarterback. It was a bad quarterback draft. Only one quarterback was taken in the first round. In 13, I believe it was E.J. Manuel. From
Bills.
Florida State to the
Right.
Bill. Well, he ended up with the Bills. Yeah, I guess he would have started with the Bills, right?
I believe
and so, but he was like 18th or 15th or something like that. Only guy, only quarterback. 2014, the Jags are like, we need a quarterback. We're in year 2 of this thing. And that's who they chose. And as you go along and check out other players picked in that draft, well, it turns out Derek Carr is the one with staying power and still really good in these first couple rounds. And Carr was mentioned, but the Jags were not high on Derek Carr. And one thing that we could talk about a little bit later on down the road, it would be interesting. How much different would the organization be with Carr? Would they have been patient with Carr? What would have happened with Derek Carr, I think is a fascinating discussion because they could have picked him in the second round. So there's a lot more to the Blake conversation. We're going to get to it. Clay Harbor will join us at 4 o'clock hour. We'll also talk some other things, of course. But it's like Blake Bortles Day in Jackson.
It's like a holiday.
Yeah. And good for him. He had a heck of a career, made a lot of money, had some really big moments in the NFL, too. Josh Scobee is going to tell us some stories in the 5 o'clock hour as well. And you're welcome to call in 904-362-9901 throughout the show and hit us up on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch along the way. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. We hit a break. We come right back right after this.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Sunny and nice today. Highs around 80 degrees. Cool again tonight, but pleasant under clear skies into the 50s. And sunshine and a little warmer tomorrow. Your Thursday high 86. I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Join me today beginning at 5 p.m. on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jags.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beard's Diamonds. Save thousands on buy one, get one on wedding bands now through October 23rd.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now. 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
I'm Marcus Roberts, and I've been blind since I was 5 years old. I'm a jazz pianist and composer, and I've been fortunate to perform all over the world for more than 30 years. I am also a proud graduate of the Florida School for the Deaf and Blind. While there, I had great teachers who specialized in working with blind and visually impaired students. FSDB provided me with many of the essential skills I needed to succeed. The school is a state public school available at no cost to eligible K-12 Florida students who are deaf, blind, or both. FSDB helps students to do more, be more, and achieve more. It prepares them for a lifetime of success. For more information, call 800-342-3732 or visit www.fsdbk12.org.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Best Bet St. Augustine's grand opening will be on October 15th and 16th. Best Bet will be celebrating its newest card room and sports bar located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida, with exciting giveaways, special commemorative items, food and drink specials, and more. There will be thousands of dollars in high-end promotions and $500 drawings every 30 minutes for players with a Best Bet St. Augustine Players Card. Celebrate Best Bet St. Augustine's grand opening on October 15th and 16th. View details at bestbetjacks.com.
The Sertoma Club of St. Augustine is set up to help those less fortunate without a complicated qualification process in order to get them the assistance they deserve in an expeditious manner. The type of assistance that they have given others ranges in a variety of ways, everywhere from wheelchair ramps to home repairs to helping with medical bills. Sertoma of St. Augustine, a hand up and not a hand out. Learn more and how you can help at staugustinesertoma.org.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
ESPN 690 needs your help for our neighbors in need. Log on to ESPN 690 right now as Hurricane Ian devastated parts of Florida and many people have lost everything. We're teaming up with the American Red Cross to help neighbors in need. Go to our website, ESPN690.com to donate. Thank you. Florida State football is back on Jacksonville's home for ESPN 690. Saturday night, the Seminoles travel to Raleigh to take on the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Our coverage starts at 5:30 with the Florida State Tailgate Show. Then Jeff Culhane, William Floyd, and Tom Block have the call from Carter Finley Stadium of Knowles Wolfpack. Kickoff is at 8 Saturday night. Catch Florida State football all season long on Jacksonville's home for the Garnet and Gold Seminole football on ESPN 690.
And welcome back, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. I've got some friends that we're going to introduce you to in just a moment. Later on, we have Clay Harbor, former Jags tight end, played with Blake Bortles, so we'll get some stories there. And, of course, Eagles and Jags coming off that week. No doubt, Clay Harbor probably went back and watched every play of that one 3 times. In Chicago, he covers them and lives up that area, so we'll talk about the rest of the NFL. Clay is awesome. Make sure you join us in the 4 o'clock hour coming up on ESPN 690. Josh Scobee will join us in the 5 o'clock hour. Scobee's a storyteller now, and so he's got some stories on Blake Bortles. That's why we're bringing him in on this day. Maybe kicking props, too.
Yeah, we got to get Ducky Betts back on the phone. You see all the tweets we got from the duck pond?
That was something.
Man,
we have to get Ducky back on more often. People like kicking props, I guess, is what we learned over the last couple of days. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Casey Kurtz away for the next few days, actually making a long trek and a drive because, well, I think he's got a wedding.
Yeah, man, it's wedding season.
It's wedding season. I told him, too, he's 25 years old. It's going to be wedding season for the next 7 or 8 years for that young man. Get used to it. Save your money because that's what's going to certainly happen. All right, we have right now with us, we have Greg Clark. He's in along with Robert Phillips. And we've got a big election coming up in the next few weeks, November 8th general election. And a big Tuesday coming up as well in terms of a deadline we want to tell you about. And so welcome, gentlemen. Thanks for coming in. If you want to talk football at all, jump on any time and talk some football. Greg, make sure you bring that mic down a little bit so we'll be able to hear you. But, I mean, Blake Bortles, Jags off to a 2-2 start. Whenever you guys want to jump in and talk that too, you can. I mean, we're all friends here on the show on ESPN 690. But you guys have a big game coming up, I guess, over the next month, don't you, Greg?
We do, Brent. All elections are equally important, but I think in the community's mind, some become bigger than others. So, of course, the governor would be the headliner, but there's a lot of other things on the ballot. Robert might talk briefly a little bit about that.
Yeah, we have a U.S. senator up for election. That only happens, during federal elections in November. We have a special election for sheriff. We have several congressional, state house, and state senate races up. So yeah, it's a pretty important election that's coming up.
DuvalElections.gov is the website. I'm going to give you that a bunch of times throughout because you can get a lot of this information as well. Robert and Greg share with you. But this is like your Super Bowl coming up. I mean, I guess you got a couple of them along the way. But this is a lot of preparation, right? A lot of preparation goes into it. And I was asking you guys when you came in here, and we want to spread the message a little bit and how people can get involved. But also, it took me back for the last couple of years how involved the NFL and the athlete today and the teams are in promoting the message to get out and vote, right?
They are, for sure. The Jaguars, through their Get in the Game initiative, have been fantastic. They carry a really nonpartisan message out into the community to get involved. We've even had, and we would also expect this time, we're going to have a few of their full-time employees that actually serve as poll workers, which we're going to talk about shortly. But we also work with the Jacksonville Icemen, the Jumbo Shrimp, the Sharks. We do a lot of in-game, in the arena, in the ballpark messaging there. In fact, we're even presenters of the national anthem, actually. But the context of that is we're always presenting an election reference message. What is the last day to register to vote, which actually for this election is very important because it's coming up Tuesday.
Yeah, so less than a week away.
Yeah, October 11th is the last day to register to vote or change party affiliation. However, party affiliation really doesn't have a role for a general election. So it's really about, if you want to get registered to vote in Florida and you're not, you've actually got through the end of the day, August 11th. And you can actually do that online as well at DuvalElections.gov. And do that as well.
Is that the best way to do it, is to go to the website, or give us some other avenues to by next Tuesday to make sure you do that?
Well, if you want to fill out a form in paper, you can go to any public library. We have those available for you. If as long as you have a Florida driver's license or a Florida identification, you can go to our website because That's how we capture the signature electronically. You have to already have a driver's license or an ID for that. Otherwise, we need you to actually fill out the form and send it in to us.
Hey, here's one of the other things that we want to share with folks. You've heard of poll workers, poll deputies. There's a recruiting stage for you guys in this, Robert and Greg here, to help share that message, how people can get involved. But what's a poll deputy? Let's layman's terms it for everybody.
Well, we can keep it with the sports theme because, the quarterback of the team gets all the flash and all the headlines. But the guy that really, any guy knows or anybody knows that the ones that really make a team go are the offensive line. They're the ones that are in the trenches and they're doing the dirty work. And that's what our election workers are. They're the unseen, unnamed people that every election they talk to the people in their community. They're the first ones they see. They may see Mr. Hogan on television, but it's those election workers that they're really the driving force. If we didn't have them, you wouldn't be able to go to your local church or community center and go vote because they're the ones who make it happen. And so they really are. They're the ones that they're the first contact. They're the first line of defense. They're the ones that they greet you with a smile, and they're members of your community. They're people that you go to the grocery store with, and they're just doing their part to try to help out.
Yeah, and it reminds me of what, in your context of it's not as celebrated as some other things in your sports analogy, but it's kind of like an official as well. And we know in high school ranks and other sports, like there's a shortage of officials, and we see them all over the place. But there are a lot of games and more youth games than ever before, and sometimes that can be a tough gig or an unheralded gig. How about for this circumstance? Is there a shortage? I mean, how many are you recruiting? How many people have to jump in and help, or you'd love to see get involved?
We always are recruiting. We're always wanting new people. Because for every election, we want more and more people to get involved. Elections have been in the news a lot lately, and even more so in the last several years. It seems like it's always a hot topic, and people can get very vocal about it. And one of the best ways to really understand what's going on is to become involved in the process. And you can actually be an election worker. You can be that one that actually handles the ballots and the voting machines and helps people. You're on the inside. You're the one that's allowed by law to do that. And like you say, I can tell you, my son played Little League and then high school baseball. It was part of our life forever. And when you have to be an umpire, that is a thankless task.
Yeah.
So pretty much if you're making everybody mad, you're doing a good job.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the beauty of this part is you're probably not going to get yelled at.
No.
Right?
Well, some people will. Yeah, some will.
Probably.
Yeah.
You didn't miss a call.
Yeah.
At least you didn't do that.
It's kind of like the other good thing about the other analogy is the officials. If you don't see the officials, it's a good game.
That's right. That's right. That's just like offensive linemen in that respect.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And Brent, what a lot of people wouldn't think about is, they go to vote, so they're familiar with the polling precinct they go to, but we actually have 186 of them.
Wow.
So think about that. We have 185 more locations. And one of the things we're staffing as well is deputies. The deputy is the individual that works outside. They set up, of course, the signage to help you get into the parking lot area. They measure what's called a 150-foot no solicitation zone to give that voter, as they get close to the front precinct door, a little bit of quiet solace time for their own thoughts before they go in and cast their vote. And they monitor that area to make sure of that. And we'd love to talk a little bit about recruiting poll deputies today. One way that you can become any poll worker, but in particular a poll deputy, is you can go to our website, duvalelections.gov. You can click on the tab there that says poll worker information. And then from there, you could actually read information about the various positions, but you can also click on the poll worker application form. And from there, you can actually put in your information, and we'll be sure to reach out to you quickly. And, of course, if it's about being a poll deputy, which I really think for a lot of your listeners, undoubtedly a few of the poll workers that would work inside might deal with, the occasional disgruntled voter, although most, I'd say 6 out of 10, probably say thanks for your service, which is fantastic. The outside deputy basically is somebody who greets and then, of course, monitors that zone. And I tell you, I'm a little bit older now. I'm 59. But if somebody had reached out to me when I was 30 years old, I would have jumped all over it and done it.
DuvaleElections.gov. Aaron, you want to jump in here?
I had a question, but I don't know if the guys can hear me because we're having
We've got you.
headphone shortage. All right. Over the news, over the last couple of years, really, and during the pandemic, we heard a lot about rule changes in different states for voting. I guess if you voted here throughout your whole life, are there any rule changes in Duval County people should expect to see or run into that they may not be aware of?
That's a great question, and one of the things we're pretty proud of here in Florida is we like to think that we've almost set the standard nationwide. We went through the contentious time in 2000 when we had a recount there, and that really changed a lot of the rules. And when you see some of what you're talking about, what these other states are going through, they're actually modifying their legal procedures to match ours. So as far as the last couple of years, nothing's really changed drastically. That solicitation zone Greg's talking about, it used to be 100 feet. They moved it back to 150 feet. Now it is a legal requirement that we do. If you want to do an online change or if you want to send us an email to request something, we have to have your driver's license or your social security number. That's just for fraud prevention. But the experience that you're going to have going to the polls and voting is pretty much going to be the same as we've had for the last several years.
You hear that, Martin? We're the pace car. Duval County's a pace car for elections.
Right. That's right. Hey, some 20 years later, by the way, live and learn a little bit and make it better. Robert Phillips, Greg Clark, again, DuvalElections.gov. Let's hit some of the bullet points before we say goodbye. Appreciate you guys stopping in and sharing the message. November 8th, the general election. The last day to register to vote is Tuesday. So we're 6 days away from that mark, all the way through midnight. You can do it at DuvalElections.gov and in other ways like your local public library and fill out the paperwork. You also, 20 sites will be open for October 24th through November 6th for early voting, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. each day, but that's a limited amount of sites.
Yeah, it's 20 sites throughout the county, but the good thing about early voting is it doesn't matter where you live in the county, you can go vote there. So if I live in Ocean Way, I can vote at the Mandarin Library. If I live at the beach, I can vote at the West Branch Library. But on Election Day, it's important to remember that if you wait until Election Day, you do have to vote at one of those 186 precincts that are close to your home, and you need to know that information. And you can get that information from our website.
And once again, the big push here is they'd like to recruit you, help out in this process, not just by voting, but also be a poll worker and especially a poll deputy. And do a lot of folks, I guess I have this question for you, do a lot of folks that do this end up doing it for
no doubt
a long time? Like do you see the same folks coming back?
You will have people, I've worked for the office now for 32 years, and there's people who've done it longer than I've been here.
Wow.
So it's really
it shows you then
once it gets in your blood. Yeah, it really is a community event. Once it really gets in your blood, it stays with you. Now you do have some people that they'll pick up and they might not be able to do it one time and they'll even say, hey, I've got a cruise this year. Is that going to keep me from ever doing it again?
Yeah.
No. We have elections in November. We have elections coming up in March and May. So we're recruiting for all of those, not just any one.
All right, Duval County Elections poll worker contact is Greg, who's here with us in the ESPN 690 studios. I'm going to give this to you, of course, write it down, G.A. Clark at DuvalElections.gov. Also, I can give this number out. You're okay with that? 904-742-1277, 904-742-1277. We can repeat that throughout the show as well, but also you can go back to the website. This is probably the easiest way to get most of the information, DuvalElections.gov. Thanks for sharing the message, guys. Good luck with it. I know it's a big couple weeks, but also a big month ahead.
Well, thanks for having us.
Thank you, Brent, very much.
You bet. Greg Clark, Robert Phillips. Make sure you check it out again at DuvalElections.gov. You know who could run for mayor of New York?
Zach Wilson.
No.
Aaron Judge.
Yuck. What an easy transition that was, right? An easy transition.
That's why you're a pro, Brent. You do the
Brent and
segues.
Friends on ESPN 690. What would you have done with the home run ball? What will that guy do? What does it all mean? We talk about it next on ESPN 690.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
Drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and will free you from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardships consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and can't afford to pay them back, or you even have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to live in fear. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline. Do not take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even go after your Social Security check.
Call Community Tax today, 800-524-9341. To end your tax troubles, call now, 800-524-9341. Get a free consultation. Call 800-524-9341. That's 800-524-9341.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you October 11th is the deadline to register to vote for the November 8th general election. You can register online by visiting duvalelections.gov. Call 904-255-8683 for more information.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
October is here and fall is right around the corner. So they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, Arlington's 100 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 and a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Hey, does your car still only play CDs? No Bluetooth? No CarPlay? You've got an old car, my friend. You know what's better than an old car? A less old car. Get a car or truck that's new to you with a great used car loan from 1-to-1 Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. Get pre-approved for a loan and shop at any dealership in town. Get a low rate and get rid of that old car today. Apply online at 1to1fcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Over 60,000 Americans learn they have Parkinson's disease each year. It can leave them and their families feeling alone, confused, and treading into unknown territory. But this journey doesn't need to be traveled alone. Jack's Hope, Inc. is here to help with guidance and support. Whatever you need to continue your fight with Parkinson's disease, Jack's Hope is here to make it a little easier by providing a comprehensive network of support for those with Parkinson's. For more information, visit jackshopeinc.org.
Hey folks, Dave Benyon with Zero Res. Hey, if you had the storm come through and leave some water in your house, give Zero Res a call. We can help you get it out. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Can I get the sales projections for the Springfield, Bristol, and Fairview stores?
Val's Froyo Palace is dishing out 3 more locations.
Jody, have you lined up interviews?
They need 3 new store managers before they have a meltdown.
And remember, they need at least 5 years' experience.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on. There it goes. Left it is high. It is far. It is gone. Set the new American League record. And Judge hits his 62nd. All the Yankees out of the dugout to greet him. Just think of it. 3 Yankee right fielders. The Babe hitting 60 and 27. The Jolly Roger hitting 61 and 61. And now Aaron Judge hits his 62nd home run, the most home runs any American leaguer has hit in a single season. And the American League has been alive for 120 years. This is Judgment Day. Case closed.
John Sterling and Michael Kay played off the judge in both their calls. Well done. They've been planning that call probably for quite a bit.
He said he was. He
Yeah.
said he's been thinking about it for a long time.
How could you not? And so good job by those guys. And I think it was a cool moment. Again, I understand, hey, it's an American League record. In fact, we were just talking about it with Greg and Robert in here too. And listen, you can have your thought. It's Bonds, fine, okay? I get that. I also think it's tarnished. I do. I mean, their records are tarnished and asterisked to me. I'll always say to my grandkids, I'll be like, hey, yeah, Barry Bonds hit 73. It was unbelievable. But guess what? He also cheated while doing it. Like, that's going to be part of the explanation forever.
Yes.
I don't feel like Aaron Judge cheated. And here's why I think it's a bigger record than just your American League record. I just told these guys the same in the commercial break. It's Babe Ruth. It's Roger Maris. It's now Aaron Judge, and they've all worn pinstripes. They are Yankees, and the Yankees organization, along with what? The Dallas Cowboys, they're the preeminent organizations in sports. Like they come top of mind. Like Yankees might be number one overall, as much as I hate to say it, you know? And
it's just crazy how they keep adding to the history.
And that brings back the history. 61 years later. Did you see this? I said this last night on TV. I tweeted it. I stole it right off Twitter. But it was, so he wears number 99.
Yeah.
That was 62. They lost last night. Their record last night through 161 games was 99 and 62.
Kismet.
I mean, how cool is that?
That's
I love
pretty
that
cool.
stuff, man. I think that stuff's awesome. But I think we recognize, again, I just said to these guys, do you know the seventh leading person in any statistical category?
No.
No, but you knew Roger Maris. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you knew Roger Maris. So it has to have significance. Everybody can name the guy that hit 61 home runs. Everybody. I don't care how big a fan you are. And they also know Babe hit 60. Like almost every sports fan knows that. We have to actually be reminded that Sosa hit over 61 3 different times.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so to me, there's significance in the mark because of the significance of 61 as a number. They made a freaking movie about it, you know? So
I think if there weren't just a bunch of guys with asterisks above it, it wouldn't be the same situation. But you're right. It's significant at a minimum.
What other players bet on themselves and come up this big?
You're talking about Aaron Judge with his contract situation.
Yeah, because they offered him like $230 million. He turned it down. They should have offered more, by the way.
Of course.
But he's an older player. He got hurt a lot, and this is what Judge can do if he stays healthy.
Like, what did the Yankees think he was going to say? I mean, obviously he wasn't going to take it. He had signaled that to them.
Like, I'm trying to think, like, you brought up a good point. Lamar Jackson is betting on himself.
Currently, yes, big time.
And by the way, early returns are he's winning.
Oh, man. This man is going to sign an $800 million deal this
Feels
offseason.
like it. So it'll be fascinating to see the contract that Judge signs versus the one that he passed up. And athletes do bet on themselves now. What I wonder is how much do athletes win on themselves? Like, they might just go sign a similar deal somewhere else. But do they win when they bet on themselves?
Yeah.
But I feel like they're more apt to do it these days than in the past. And maybe that's because they've already made a good amount of money that it's worth the risk.
Do you think these guys in the NBA who kind of talk to each other in the offseason and then end up teaming up together on these super teams, that is a form of betting on themselves?
I guess, and where it's
Because I look
going.
at LeBron and I'm like, he left the situation in Cleveland, goes to Miami, and even though, maybe it's betting with house money at that point because the team was stacked, and then bet on himself again and again. But is that just a free agent move, or is he really saying, hey, look, this is on me?
Yeah.
Maybe a guy like Katie and Kyrie doing
I think it's
the
a
same
little
thing.
bit different of a twist because they're still getting paid like a good amount. I think it's where it could position them. I understand your context, but I just don't think they didn't turn down $230 million probably.
Yeah.
I turned down $230 million.
Knowing he was going to get more. I mean, he knew.
I guess, but you still have to.
You got to perform. You're right. And the same with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson turned down substantial money. Well, he knows he's trying to get paid.
And Lamar is playing a sport that is, you can suffer a catastrophic injury.
Earl Thomas, this is what happened to the man. He didn't have his guaranteed contract. He went and played anyway, broke his leg that night.
That's one of not, right?
Of not winning on the bet.
Not winning on the bet.
No,
It's funny. It's like I tried to
poorly.
look up like what athletes have bet on themselves, and all that comes up is can athletes bet on themselves? I'm not talking about jockeys on horses, all right? Or I'm talking about like not literally betting on yourself, but figuratively.
Yeah.
And Judge is going to be an all-timer here. I mean, I don't know how you top it. The guy just set the American League record at 62 home runs.
It's just a shame he's getting such a late start because he's never going to be on the all-time lists because of it.
But he's still super marketable.
Oh, yeah.
Super marketable, I
For
think.
the time being.
He's a monster superhero and a good dude by all accounts. First person to greet him after that historic home run, Travis Chapman. I still think it's the coolest thing. Chapman's around for his 1 year in the big leagues as a first base coach, and boom, he gets all this with the Yankees. That's pretty wild stuff. Former Bishop Kenny.
Imagine the memorabilia
star.
he's going to get.
Jacksonville. I hope he brings some back, Chapman.
Yeah.
We'll be back on ESPN 690. Clay Harbor joins us next.
There are many issues small business owners face when it comes to operating a company. The need to have reliable suppliers is imperative and has become one of today's key concerns. Supply chain bottlenecks can be disruptive and costly. Where can you find the resources to address these issues? SCORE offers free confidential mentoring as well as workshops, webinars, and online information. Let us help you navigate and find solutions to difficult business situations. See how SCORE can save you time, money, and headaches by visiting our website at jacksonville.score.org.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like 1-card poker, 3-card poker, and Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Do you want to play the stadium course while supporting a great cause? There's still a few places for the Ronald McDonald House Charities of Jacksonville Golf Classic, October 10th at TPC Sawgrass. Support RMHC of Jacksonville's mission to provide lodging, meals, transportation, and a community of care to critically ill children and their families who need to be near a hospital for treatment. Golf package includes breakfast, lunch, premium tea gifts, and much more. Register today at rmhcjacksonville.com. It's the RMHC of Jacksonville Golf Classic at the Players Stadium course, October 10th. rmchcjacksonville.com.
When Smart Tools give you control, you own it. When you're confident in your decisions, you own it. When you're sure someone's got your back, you own it. At Community First Credit Union, you can own it all. With free digital banking, fewer fees, and a team that's ready to help, you're in control of your money so you can live your life your way. Go ahead and own it. Add an account today at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union. Federally.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine Studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
I'm Christine Lisi. Aaron Judge is not in the Yankees starting lineup for the regular season finale today, one day after hitting his AL single-season record-setting 62nd home run of the season. He's first in the Triple Crown categories of home runs and RBI, second in batting average in the AL. Angels hiring Phil Nevin as their manager for 2023 removed his interim title. NFL Giants coach Brian Daboll says quarterback Daniel Jones' sprained left ankle has improved and he's made progress since suffering the injury Sunday. He did practice some today. Jones likely a game-time decision against the Packers Sunday in London. There's some worry for Jones when it comes to that offensive line of New York, says ESPN's Marcus Spears.
I'm fearful for Daniel Jones. This offensive line doesn't block well. And to be on an ankle that you don't know if you're going to be able to move and get out of the harm's way, which is a part of his game, that is very concerning. And I think Brian Daboll is thinking about that as well.
Backup QB Tyrod Taylor remains in concussion protocol. No Jonathan Taylor for the Colts tomorrow night against the Broncos because of an injured ankle. The All-Pro running back is out for the first game of his college or NFL career because of an ankle injury.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
If the ball came your way, as well off as you guys are, what would you do?
I'm diving, I'm catching it, I'm turning that moment into an NFT.
More from KJ and Max Thursday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
If you're experiencing domestic violence, it is not your fault. Hubbard House is here for you. You are not alone. Hubbard House provides free services and emergency shelter to survivors of domestic violence in Duval and Baker counties. Call 904-354-3114 anytime, 24/7 to confidentially speak to a caring advocate.
O'Reilly.
Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Oh, hey. About to start a load. On hot? You know, washing in cold water with Tide can save you up to $150 a year on your energy bill. $150? The lower the temp, the lower your bills. Simple.
Turn to cold and get $15 when you bundle Tide and Downy. Energy savings based on average from switching from hot to cold in non-AG machines. Must buy at least one participating Tide or Dreft detergent item plus at least one participating Downy or Bounce scent booster, liquid fabric softener, or dryer sheet. Prepaid card by mail. Visit pglaundryrebate.com for terms and conditions.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brett Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Casey Kurtz.
Yo! What are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! This is Brent and Friends with Brett Martineau, Casey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Well, it's Wednesday here in Jacksonville. First quarter of the season over, 2-2 record for the Jags, and it's kind of fun around here because you can start to project out. Sure, it's not great they lost. Everybody would love to be 3-1. I mean, holy cow, the parade routes would be already measured if we saw the Jags go 3-1. That's not the case. A little dose of reality last week, but so much on the horizon here. And Wednesdays, we start to turn our attention toward that game, that Houston game coming up, because I think it's a massive game right here. You're talking about a team that has gotten in a rut over the last really 15 years, but especially these last couple years, and can't get out of their own way. And outside of beating Indianapolis at home every year, that's the only thing they can hang their hat on. Well, this year, they've already got the West Coast win. They already snapped the losing streak on the road. Can they now snap the losing streak to Houston, who has been pretty average, like not great? Like this is not the New England Patriots we're talking about of the last 20 years. This is a Houston team that has had some good teams. Deshaun Watson, really good. But Deshaun Watson drove here in a van with, like, broken ribs and still beat the Jags. Like, that's what happened, all right? I mean, that was the Deshaun Watson that beat the Jags. And then last year, Houston's awful. Like, they're one of the worst teams assembled ever. And they crushed the Jags.
Yeah.
Like, so they've got to this is a big game to change, and it's a big game because I think you have to stay in front of this. You know, being above 500 as long as you can, so you're not in chase mode and the pressure doesn't build. I think that's a good place for a young football team to be, because then it breeds confidence. So let's see what Clay Harbor thinks about all that I just said. And we will talk about the Eagles. The Eagles are pretty good. We will talk about Chicago a little bit, because I've never seen anybody break down Justin Fields' film more than Clay Harbor. But we'll see what he has to say about that. Clay Harbor, what's happening on a Wednesday?
Oh, not a lot. Just out here in beautiful Chicago, Illinois. Actually coming into Duval this weekend for the Jaguars alumni weekend.
Are you?
So I'm looking forward to that, meeting up with some of my old teammates. Yeah, hanging out with Jason Babin. Got a couple of other guys. We're going to be hanging out and catching up.
I saw Babin the other day on the sideline, by the way. He's coaching at Ponte Vedra. And so I saw him over there.
Oh, yeah, his sons. Yeah, his sons are playing some serious ball out there. He's coaching. He thinks he's Bill Belichick or something.
Hey, it's a big week actually around here, Alumni Weekend. We are going to have James Stewart on the Jaguars All Access tomorrow night, along with Jamal Agnew out there at Strings. We're doing an hour show, so he's going to join us. But how fun is that, Clay, when you get to come back and see people? Have you done this before? Have you experienced it before?
Right, this is my first one, man. I'm really excited. I'm going to try to sneak on the field, sneak a jersey, and see if I can't get a couple of reps in, honestly. I mean, I've been watching this team, so I think I know the offense. Doug runs the same offense Andy Reid used to run. I was with Andy for almost 4 years. I know what they're about to call.
I feel like this is like the third or fourth time now you put it out there that you're looking to get a tryout going.
Oh yeah, I'm saying that until I get hit one time, and then I like fracture 3 ribs and break a bone. Like, dude, you're 36 years old. Hang it up. The dream's over, man. You're retired for a reason.
Clay Harbor with us each and every Wednesday on ESPN 690. All right, man, let's get your thoughts. We'll go to the Houston game in a bit, but get your thoughts on what happened last week. The conditions were awful, and the Eagles did a better job in them overall. That physical line, their ability to run. They didn't ask Jalen Hurts to do a lot because the Jags didn't put him in a position where he had to do a whole heck of a lot. And credit to the Eagles. You know, they really took a big punch in that first quarter. Jags came out hot. They're playing excellent football 2 games in. They keep it rolling with a 14-0 start. And the Eagles, I think, showed a little bit of moxie there, being able to bounce back from that early deficit.
You know, Brent, I think I might be the only one in Duval that's actually a little bit encouraged by that game as far as in the Jaguars' favor here. Because, I mean, listen, Trevor Lawrence, 5 turnovers, and they're still in the game? Like, that's incredible. I know that's a popular storyline, but 5 turnovers, you're still in the game. You have a chance into the game to go down the field and tie it. It's incredible. I just rewatched the All-22 film. You guys realize that Agnew was open for a touchdown, the Jags would have went up 21-0.
Yep.
If Trevor and Agnew can connect on that play. Okay, in Madden, if you're playing Madden, the video game, the game's over. It's 21 skunk. You got to restart. That means you lost. It's over.
You're throwing the controller at that point. Yeah.
2 plays later, the controller's done. The game's over. If they go up 21-0, that game is completely different. The Jaguars run away with it. Here's what happens. 2 plays after that, Trevor drops the football, and the Eagles go and score on a 4 or 5 play drive, and the game just changed from 21-0, what it should have been, to 14-7. You come in, another turnover, so the Eagles score again. I've never seen momentum change faster than that one play in my entire, not exaggerating, in my entire career of playing football.
Really?
All Jags. Trevor misses the touchdown pass, drops the ball. Momentum completely swings. It's all Eagles the rest of the game. So that was incredible.
Yeah, it was a big
So I'm encouraged because Trevor's not going to throw that many picks again. He's not going to drop the ball out there. And they're still in the game.
Yeah, I'm wondering about Trevor's psyche a little bit. And I think it's okay. I've wondered this a couple times during the course of the year. When they lost to Washington, and a little bit that was on him. You know, I don't say all of it was on him, but a lot. Well, the late interception, the missed ETN, like he just missed some easy ones. And so I thought he wore that loss a little bit more. And then later found out, I think Christian Kirk would say it in an interview with us, that, you know, you could tell that he was ticked off coming in on that Monday. Well, I feel a little bit the same way. He's coming off 2 really good games. And then, I mean, nobody does what he did. Like, that just doesn't happen. It's the only time it's happened this century that a player's lost 4 fumbles. And so I do think it's a one-off. It's the elements. You can blame a lot of things. But I also wonder a little bit about his psyche, Clay, coming off that game. I mean, can you get him back on track to who he was the last couple of weeks before that bad weather performance?
He just wasn't ready for if it's not pouring down rain and cold, I think he'll be fine. I don't think nobody wanted to be out there. And, unfortunately, he's got to learn how to handle the rain and the cold and everything. But if it's a nice day, a decent day, and obviously I think he can play in the elements, but as long as it's not that again, I think we'll see Trevor come back and they'll beat the Houstons. I studied the Texans. I do a lot of Bears stuff too. So I watched the Texans versus the Bears. The Bears beat the Texans. And trust me, the Bears are not a good football team. Now, I hate to say it, Chicago, they are not. And there's not a lot of weapons on that Houston Texans team. You got Cooks, you got Dameon Pierce, who I really like, but that's about it. And Davis Mills is not Jalen Hurts by any stretch of the imagination. And that defense is okay. Derek Stingley's getting picked on like he's a redhead stepchild. So I think there's a lot of things you can do for the Jaguars coming in this game. I know we haven't done well against Houston, but I really think this week will be a big week for the Jags, and I don't think it's going to be close.
Wow, and by the way, I think that would be great. Although there's a part of me too, Clay, that somewhere along the way, the Jags are going to have to prove they can win a close game. They lost by one possession to Washington. They lost this one technically by one possession, although it's funny. They were in the lead, about to go to blow out City. Then it was close, and then at 2014, Trevor throws a pick in the red zone, and then it kind of felt like a blowout again, and then a little bit of garbage time, but they still had a chance. So at some point, they're going to have to figure out and learn and show everybody that you can win a close game, because 9 out of 10 times, that's the way the game's played in the NFL, right?
Yeah, most of these games are decided by a possession here, a possession there. But I think they got everything you need. The run game really didn't get going last week, and in those conditions, you really need a run game. Yeah. The Eagles, the holes that they were opening up on the Jags defense, man, Brent, you could have ran through them. I don't know. It was crazy. There were some big holes in the center. Offensive line of the Eagles really got after the Jags. I didn't see that one coming. They're going to have to rebound this week because Lovie Smith is going to come in. He's going to run the football. Dameon Pierce is one of the few bright spots of that team, and he's good. He runs hard. He breaks tackles. And they are going to run the football. So you got another chance to come in here after basically just getting embarrassed on the ground as a defense. Obviously, a lot of it had to do with the offense, keeping them on the field. Those guys are getting tired. But you're going to have to come in and show you're going to stop the run. There's a lot of tape out there, a lot of film. Teams are watching, salivating now, saying, oh, we can run the ball here and there and everywhere. And obviously, Davis Mills can't run the zone read, but a lot of those plays were just, straight up zone runs. So they're going to be seeing a lot of Dameon Pierce this week, and they're going to have to stop the run.
Clay, you mentioned Derek Stingley Jr. Obviously, a high selection, high hopes for the secondary dude out of LSU. I think he went to school, but highly touted. Everyone thought of him as like one of these overall coverage, pass rush, run defense guys. I know you're a Pro Football Focus guy. Right now, his grade 45.5, and the weak spot is in his coverage. Is this rookie stuff, or did they swing and miss on this pick?
I think the jury's still out. I don't want to completely give up on this guy, but a lot of it just doesn't look like he's comfortable. And with the Bears, their highest draft pick, Kyler Gordon. I hate to say it, but I think this is just a swing and a miss on him. 2nd round draft pick. I think Stingley still got a chance to be good. I don't think he's going to be the guy that everybody thought he was. People are talking about him like he was going to be the second coming of Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
And watching him, he's just getting beaten man-to-man coverage a lot of times. He's interfering. He's holding. But you got to realize this guy missed a lot of time in college, so he hasn't played a lot. So I still want to give Stingley the benefit of the doubt. But right now, he's not playing well. And he's a weak spot. And he's a spot you can attack with Christian Kirk and Zay Jones ready to go. Zay Jones. And even Marvin Jones, I think, can get open.
Don't forget Jamal. Jamal out there doing work.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry if you're listening to this, Jamal. I'm sorry. You too, man. You impressed me last week.
I'm going to bring up a question that we got to give Casey credit for, and then also Aaron. They are like teaming up on this question this week.
He really did take credit for it.
And by the way, they both want credit for it, okay? So,
okay.
But I do think it's an interesting one. Jamal Agnew has surprised. Jamal Agnew, again, we have to remind people that he was signed to be a special teams guy. He was the first signing of the Urban Meyer, Trent Baalke era last year, and he was a special teams guy. He ends up getting involved in the offense because Travis Etienne gets hurt, and they don't have anybody else with the speed to be able to do some of the things they hoped Etienne would do. Well, he ends up delivering like some really good plays, including some of the best offensive plays of the year. He had a terrific catch in one of the games, I think it was against the Colts. Well, now this year, he comes and steps in for Zay Jones last week. He's already had some other moments, but he has a big game with 2 touchdowns. Really could have had 3 if they connect on that other one that Clay was talking about. And so the guys asked this question this week. Could he start taking reps away from somebody? And that somebody might be Marvin Jones. Could you see that happening, Clay?
Yeah, I could see him getting reps, but here's the thing. I think he's I think Marvin, he doesn't play the same position.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
If I'm not mistaken, he's more of a slot, quicker, fast guy. So he'd have to take reps away from Christian Kirk or Zay Jones, and they're playing at such a high level, I don't see that happening. I think he could sneak in that rotation. If I'm not mistaken, didn't he drop a touchdown early in the season too, though?
Jamal Agnew.
Was that him at Jamal Agnew at Washington, I think?
That was against the Colts. It was a beautiful throw by Trevor.
Dropped it right on him.
It wasn't an easy drop. I mean, we make drops
out
to be like.
I mean, he put it right on him.
There were bad
he had
drops
to lay out a little bit, but he put it on.
There
him.
were bad drops last week.
If you're an NFL wide receiver, you got to make a play.
There it is.
And there's no elements out there last week. Last week, it's tough. Playing out there in the rain like that, that's hard, holding on to that ball. And sometimes it just goes right through your hands, your gloves. And obviously, say the same thing I just said. These guys are professional players. They got to be able to play in the elements. There's a specific type of rain glove. You got to catch the ball a specific way. Catch it more against your body than you would pluck it with your hands. But, these guys got to make those plays. So, end of the day, they got to get that done. But I think Agnew, he can start getting the rotation here or there, but at me as a Jags fan, I see the connection that Trevor's building with Zay Jones and Christian Kirk. I don't want to put a fork in. I don't want to mess that up because that's becoming something special in my opinion. And I think both these guys can be a special tandem in the league.
All right, how good are the Eagles? All right, I was impressed with them. Again, the moxie they showed, they're physical. They are men up front, and I was concerned about that last week. It's always hard to talk about the physical nature and if you have an advantage or disadvantage in a game because I feel like you're calling the other team soft. I'm not trying to do that. Like I wasn't doing that with the Jags. I don't think they're soft. I think they can play physical, but I think there's a difference between being, and I've said this a lot this week, being grown men and being like a 22-year-old kid playing in the NFL. And I think that proved out. I think that played out last week on Sunday in Philadelphia. I mean, they are really physical, and I just don't know there's too many teams in the NFL that can handle them just constantly pounding the football and then add on Jalen Hurts because you said it, man. You've been saying it. You said it back in the summer when you jumped on with us that he runs that read option better than anybody, and he ran it really well. And then when he does run it, I actually thought he could have kept it even more times, and it would have hurt the Jags even more. And when he keeps it, he's just a load to bring down. So, I mean, these Eagles are pretty good. They can win in a variety of ways, and certainly they're here to stay all year. I know you love them.
They're an unbelievable team this year, and I don't want to get too high on them. Obviously, like we said, 5 turn. You got to win that. If you lose a game to a team that has 5 turnovers, like don't just stay. Don't even get on the plane. Like stay there. Like you can't win.
You got laps to run.
I mean, come on. Yeah, you're doing. So I don't know what you're doing, but this team, especially with Jalen Hurts, that read option's hard to stop. When Fatukasi went out, even before he went out, they were running the ball well. But when he went out, I mean, the size of these holes, these linemen up front. Jason Kelsey is still playing at a high level. Watching him on tape, I go, man, this guy he's playing like he's 25 years old. Moving guys, opening up holes. Lane Johnson completely shut down Walker. Trayvon Walker didn't get an inch on him.
Yeah.
Jordan Mailata, even when he went out, who stepped in? Driscoll stepped in for him. They were still getting it done. Landon Dickerson. They have a great offensive line up front. Dallas Goedert does a pretty good job of blocking. Here's the thing. Jalen Hurts is strong and fast. He's basically a running back. They can go for it on those 4th downs, and they know that if it's available, if there's an opening, Hurts is so good about taking and exploiting that. If it's a zone read or even if it's a pass, you saw on that 4th and goal from the 3-yard line, there wasn't an opening there. But Hurts is a guy that squats 600 pounds. That's insane.
Yeah.
That's a lot of weight. That's not like everybody in the NFL, fans is here. Oh, he squats. Doesn't everybody squat 600 pounds? No,
It's like,
you don't squat 600 pounds.
yeah, it's like 1.5 of me. It's a lot.
That's a lot. Oh, come on, man. That's more. Yeah, don't
Feels
don't
like
touch
it sometimes.
some sort like that.
More than
Yeah,
three
yeah.
quarters.
Says the guy eating rabbit food these days. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, it's incredible.
The Eagles look great, but do you think they're like a top 3 team in the league? Because that's where they're getting ranked in all these power rankings.
Of course they are. You think you got to ask, are they the team to beat?
Right now, but by the end of the season, do you see the Eagles as like a peer with the Bills, a peer with the Chiefs, or do you see them still in a tier below?
I don't know about the Chiefs and the Bills, but right after that, NFC, I think they're the best team in the NFC.
Sure.
Even with Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, they're better than the
NFC's
Packers. They're better than the Niners. They're better than the Bucks. Yeah,
Rams.
I'm with you. Yeah.
So as far as the NFC is concerned, I see them as a favorite to make it to the Super Bowl. I don't know who's going to come out of the AFC. The AFC conference is so much better than the NFC this year. The teams that you expected to be good, the Rams just look awful. You know, watching them on Monday Night Football and the Niners, it's a battle of who's worse, not who's better out there.
Yeah.
No one's getting into Stafford. And you got the Buccaneers. You know, obviously Tom Brady's going through a lot right now. They're not looking great. Aaron Rodgers is drinking ayahuasca. I don't know what's going on with him. He's not doing great. I don't know what's going on out there with the NFC. So there's not a lot of teams really separating from the pack besides the Eagles. So to me, NFC, Eagles are my favorite, and I think they're right below the Pat Mahomes Chiefs and and obviously the Bills.
Here's the problem I have with rating these NFC teams, because a couple you just talked about specifically. You talked about Aaron Rodgers. What's going on over there? Well, my garbage man is playing wide receiver for the Packers this year. And you talk about the Niners, and they lost their quarterback, early on. Jimmy G's
upgrade.
Yeah,
blessing in disguise.
He still has to get his feet under him. It's not like he had a regular preseason to get acclimated to the team. And then the Bucs just got back like 2 or 3 starters this past week. And as soon as Tom gets his head right, the jet fuel is going to happen. So I think we're going to be having a much different conversation as we get towards the middle and the end of next month than we're having right now when it comes to the NFC. But it's hard to find a team you think is more talented than the Eagles right now. I mean, that is an impressive team early on.
Well, he's going to have to prove. I think Hurts and this team will have to prove that they can do it in the postseason, right? That's where they couldn't do it last year against the Bucs. And I guess that's my one curiosity. And this was in the conditions more so than I'm criticizing Jalen Hurts' talent as a QB. He was in such good situations offensively last week that they never, ever put him in a spot to throw the ball on like 3rd and 8. Like, it just never felt like they were in that spot. And I think, Clay, at one time they were like 2 for 11 on 3rd downs anyway. So
they just went for it on 4th?
Yeah, they just kept going for it on 4th because it was like 3rd and 4 down to 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. And so I guess I would have that question mark later in the year still about Hurts. Is he there with like you guys are talking about teams that have quarterbacks by the name of Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, like guys that we've seen get it done that time of year. There's a difference between believing in a guy who might be able to do it and a guy who has done it. And I think that's maybe the separation point, even though the Eagles don't look like they have a lot of weaknesses. That's the thing. Like, that's why people like them. That's why you should like them, is because they don't look like they have a lot of weaknesses. All right, we got to take a break. Clay Harbor joins us in the 4 o'clock hour. He's in Chicago today, but he'll be down here this week for Alumni Weekend. Some festivities going on here in Jacksonville around the Houston game. And I don't think you'll see Blake Bortles on Alumni Weekend. I doubt he comes back for the weekend, but I know they've called him and tried to reach out. But we got to talk about the boat a little bit. You got to give us a story. It's Blake Bortles Day.
Oh, I got a great.
It's Blake Bortles Day.
We can tell on the radio, though, so you may have to reconfigure.
That's okay. You got a drop button over there. We'll be back. Brett and Friends on ESPN 690.
Now, the first alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Sunny and nice today. Highs around 80 degrees. Cool again tonight, but pleasant under clear skies into the 50s. And sunshine and a little warmer tomorrow. Your Thursday high 86. I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish. Join me today beginning at 5 p.m. on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Save thousands on buy one, get one on wedding bands now through October 23rd.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
It's time for the Northeast Florida Fall Boat Show. One weekend only, October 15th and 16th at the J-Tech Institute in Jacksonville's Southside. Boatloads of deals on all the latest boats and accessories. Fishing boats, cruisers, ski boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft from trusted dealers. Vendors, kids' activities, food, and fun. The Northeast Florida Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets and details at boatjacks.com. That's boatjacks.com.
The fun part about being a longtime customer with CGC Water Treatment is you get to know the product, the people, and what they're all about. CGC Water Treatment is all about you, and they're grateful for their customers and the community. That's why CGC Water Treatment is celebrating you and me and hosting a Customer Appreciation Day. Saturday, October 15th, from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m., there will be special incentives on Connecticut systems. You can also trade in your existing equipment for discounts on newer equipment, as well as discounts on filters and salt. Hourly giveaways, including reverse osmosis systems, too. So come on out. Bring the kids to meet Jackson DeVille from 12 to 1. Enjoy free refreshments and music by Tony Mann. Call 888-CGC-4H20 for more details. That's 888-242-4426. 75 years in business doesn't happen by accident. The reason? The customers. You guys are the best. Join everyone at 2181 St. John's Bluff Road South here in Jacksonville. The folks at CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211. It's where I take my family to play golf, and you can take yours as well. The Golf Club at Southampton. It's the home of the Action Sports Jax Dream 18, and it can be your golf destination. Enjoy your golf experience by calling 287-PLAY, 287-PLAY. Play some golf or maybe practice some golf at one of the newest facilities in the area. Grab some lunch or dinner, too. Southampton has it all. 287-PLAY for tee times and more. The Golf Club at Southampton, the home of the Dream 18. My home course. Make it your home course, too. Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 in a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit.
Hey, does your car still only play CDs? No Bluetooth? No CarPlay? You've got an old car, my friend. You know what's better than an old car? A less old car. Get a car or truck that's new to you with a great used car loan from 1-to-1 Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. Get pre-approved for a loan and shop at any dealership in town. Get a low rate and get rid of that old car today. Apply online at 1to1fcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Get what you want and pay over time when you use your Lowe's Advantage Card. Now through October 26, 2022. Ask for 0% APR with 36 fixed monthly payments on a product installation or appliance purchase of $1,000 or more. Shop for the appliances you want in-store or online. Or go to the store nearest you for installation. Now at Lowe's. Offer subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store or Lowe's.com for details. U.S. only.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jax on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
I love when we tease this segment with Clay and he says, "Oh, I got a good one." That's the Blake Bortles story. How many people in a locker room probably can say that about Blake Bortles? A lot.
A lot.
We have Josh Scobee coming on the 5 o'clock hour to share a few as well.
It's a whole line outside the studio ready to
go. Blake probably, if he was listening, he'd be like, "Oh, gosh, what are they going to say? Please don't say that one. Please don't say that one," right? Brent Martin along with Aaron Schachter. Casey Kurtz on his way to a wedding, so he's off the next couple of days. And we've got Clay Harbor with us each and every Wednesday. Clay does a fantastic job. Clay is everywhere, by the way. Like,
he's a busy dude.
How many media outlets are you on in this country?
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know. So I started to lose track after about 4, so I'm not sure anymore.
Just stay off our competitors. But if the I actually was thinking about you the other day because you do a great job. You're diving into all this stuff, and I know you're like eager about it and want to talk about it. And you got a bunch of other stuff going on, from business school to motivational speaking to everything else. But I think you're kind of going about it in the right way. You're just like, hey, sign me up for this. And one of these things is going to pop and lead to like Clay Harbor being on like NFL Network soon or something.
Yeah, Brent, that's what I'm hoping for, man. I appreciate that. I think the more shots you take and the more swings you take, the more chances you have to hit a home run and to hit that three-pointer and that big shot. So I love it. I enjoy it. I do my work. I study. I just try to bring a good product and just to be myself and bring my, my NFL background. I can see the game in a way that, players see it. And I try to bring that to the fans and everything I do in the football industry.
But we love that, having you on. We have Maurice Jones-Drew on Mondays, 3 o'clock. We get that perspective from the running back kind of world. But overall, Rasheem Mathis has been joining us in the 4 o'clock hour on Mondays, and he gives us a different perspective as well. There's so much respect for all you guys that play the game. But then the other part of this, the other fun part that I like having guys in that know the game in a different way than us goofballs that think we know it, is the fact that you live the locker room life and you get to tell stories. And you can't tell them all. I understand that. But Blake Bortles, he must have been a fun teammate. Like, you probably have some teammates you're like, that guy was fun. I got to believe Blake was probably pretty high on the list, especially as far as quarterbacks go.
Man, he was a fun guy. He was a guy you like to hang out with. We had many battles on the ping pong table. He was actually a really good ping pong player. I was not so bad myself, if I could say so myself. But great guy. He was fun outside the locker room and inside the locker room. A guy you like to go to battle with.
Yeah, it's funny how you measure your teammates by their ping pong success too. Like, that's a thing.
You know what I love watching all day? I've been watching Blake highlights and stuff like that, trying to comb through some of them and see if we can use anything. And I love watching this guy just jaw it up with the other team. He was constantly in somebody's face on the other team on every play.
Well, yeah, I was never the guy that talked the trash, but Blake was going to let you hear about it. He's talking trash to the defense. Sometimes a 9-on-7 drill, I'm like, Blake, you're handing the ball off, okay? Don't get this defense riled up. Oh, we're kicking your, explicit. Yeah. We're kicking your butt. We're kicking your butt. And Blake, okay, relax, man. Don't get them riled up. I'm the guy that has to block them.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm the fullback reps here.
You're taking the punishment.
The trash? Yeah.
I got to believe, like, he probably, do quarterbacks sometimes have some fun stuff in a huddle? Or are they just always just given the play? And I can always, like, it's like straight out of the movies, right? It's like, let's go. We're going to go win this, son of a, whatever. Like, if it's the last drive. But, like, there's got to be some funny moments sometimes in a huddle, too, right? Like, just mess up the play or just some kind of ad lib. Like, I got to believe there's probably a time or two, even if it doesn't come to your mind.
Yeah, Blake was really fun in the huddle. He was a guy that always, the game's getting stressful and a big part of the game, he's always going to say a joke to calm someone down. And, he was just always that mellow guy, couldn't get him too high, didn't get too low. Comes out in the field, he just crack a joke like, oh, man, look, just say something completely out of left field. Everybody's laughing, and we get into the play, gives us the play, and, we're kind of back on a good plane there. So he was always a guy, a quarterback, that would do something like that. And, I really enjoyed playing with him.
Clay Harbor with us here on ESPN 690, Brent and Friends. All right, if you're on the front porch in 30 years, and you telling stories about when you played in Jacksonville in the NFL and your grandkids. Like, is there a story you'll tell about Blake Bortles?
Man, I have one story that's pretty good, but I'm debating if I should tell it or not. I mean, whatever. Here we go.
I asked Blake. He said it was fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. We'll see. So me and Blake and a few of the old linemen at the time, it was Blake's second year. We're in the off season, and we're in Jacksonville, obviously, and we're coming in. We're going to start season in like maybe a month or something. We're all in town for a throwing or something, and we end up to go on a boys' night out in Jacksonville to some country bar. I don't know if it's still there. I think it was called like Mavericks.
Mavericks maybe. At the Landing. The Landing has been destroyed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I don't blame them for destroying that place.
It really was.
You guys know
it really was a gross place to be. No offense to the Mavericks owners if they're still out there. We did a lot of events
Terrible. Sorry, Mavericks owners. But so we're out, and we're having some drinks, we're just all hanging out with the guys, and the offensive linemen are out trying to talk to some girls, doing something they're not usually good at. And me and Blake are just sitting at the bar, hanging out, and these two guys, hillbilly-looking guys, like, I don't know. These guys were, it looks like, if you ever seen Dumb and Dumber, it looks like Seabass. Hey, Seabass and the boys offered to pick up my tab. So this dude comes by and wet willies Blake.
What?
Wet willies,
yeah, sucked on his finger and shoved it in his ear. Yeah. What?
And Blake's like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Excuse my language." And I'm like, "Dude, like, what are you guys doing?" And so we go back and forth, like, you know what? Don't even worry about it. Just get out of our faces. And these guys, like, what do you think? You're better than us? You think you're like...
Because he didn't like a wet willy? He's getting crap from this guy?
Willy. They thought it was funny to come up and wet willy Blake Bortles because they recognized him. So then, these guys aren't leaving. I'm like, dude, I'm with my quarterback here. I can't let these guys start a fight with Blake, and Blake's not a guy that's going to take some disrespect.
No.
So we start arguing. I'm like, trust me, guys, you don't want to do this. I don't know where they are, but we're with 4 offensive linemen here. So big NFL offensive linemen.
You probably outweigh these two guys by about 800 pounds as a group, maybe more.
These were big guys, but they didn't realize that we had all these other guys with us.
The squad, yeah.
So we're going back and forth. Next thing you know, they shove me or Blake, and then it's on. We start shoving them. The old linemen them coming over, grabbing these guys. People are throwing punches, so it's a brawl, all-out brawl in Mavericks, and these guys are just getting walloped on. There happen to be cops here. It's a true story.
Probably laughing.
There happens to be cops at Mavericks. I'm getting cut. I'm gonna get taken to jail with our starting quarterback, Blake Bortles, first-round draft pick.
Yeah.
And they're gonna cut me. Clay was there. I'm like, I'm done for. But the cops, they go, hey, they know us. They're Jags. Like, well, you guys are, like, what happened? Well, those guys just came up and started a fight with us. So then the cops just kicked out these 2 hillbillies, and
you guys went back to your drinks.
The bar owner ended up buying us a couple rounds of drinks.
Oh, sure he did.
Well,
he's not kicking the Jags out of the bar.
Yeah.
He's like, the guy in the camo overalls, please come back. I need the business. No, man, he's keeping the Jags in there.
I'll always remember that, though. Blake throwing punches in the bar at these 2 guys. I'm trying to tackle one of them. I'm like, dude, this stuff, you can't make this up. I just hope we're not on camera. So it was before, like, the camera phones were as prevalent. But that's my one Blake Bortles story.
That's a good one.
Mavericks at the Landing. If you're familiar with Jacksonville, you know how terrible that place was.
Oh, man.
You had the quarterback's back. And, it actually... it's a wild story. Thanks for sharing. And we did have to use the drop button in that segment, by the way, too. Nice job, by the way, Aaron.
Well, the stream got the treat, but the radio folks missed it.
We have plans for this. I think the overall, how many years would you have played with him? 3?
I only played with
2.
Blake for 2 years.
Yeah, 14 and 15, yeah.
Okay, so how much did you guys he got a lot of heat, man. Like a lot of heat. He was like the butt of NFL jokes a lot of times. And do you know if you felt that in the locker room? I mean, do you feel bad for that guy, or is the view from players like, listen, it's part of the position. Like the QB is going to get way more credit than he deserves when things are going well, and the old cliche of he's going to get way more blame when things are going bad. Like, because it was different with Blake. I mean, he had other players attacking him at times in his career. So what was the viewpoint maybe of the locker room and the offensive guys or from that standpoint?
I wasn't around during the time when he was getting really crushed at the end of his tenure there in Jacksonville, but it does come with the position. Everybody realizes the quarterback's going to get it all. The quarterbacks get the brunt of every joke. They're the guys who are going to get murdered if they're terrible. They're going to get praised if they're good. Quarterbacks, the golden boy. But as cliche as it sounds, like a lot of guys don't even pay attention. I mean, that's a different time, too. Now you got the Twitter, you got the media everywhere, Instagram, everything's so prevalent, social media, you're hearing about it from every direction, right? But back in 2014, it wasn't as prevalent. And honestly, even in Philadelphia, when that's a huge market, like I never remember really thinking too much about it. I just remember the coaches saying, don't listen to it and stuff like that. I'm like, I literally don't listen to what they're saying. And like, you have us on ESPN obviously hear about the dream team back in the Philly days with Vince Young, Michael Vick, Deshaun Jackson, LaShawn McCoy, Nnamdi Asomugha, all these guys. But I never really paid attention to it. And I don't think that a lot of the guys don't pay attention to it as much as people think they do. But I mean, I could be mistaken, but from my experiences was that I don't think that it's as prevalent as much of a thing as people think it is.
So one of the things that added to the Bortles legend, to the B.O.A.T legend, was this interview he did. I think it was with Barstool. He had one of these reporter ladies in his house, walking around his house, and he's given very Blake Bortles answers to these questions. That was in 2015. Did that ever make its way to the locker room with you guys, or was that something that was kind of on the outside?
Oh yeah, we were laughing at that one. That one made it to the locker room. I remember that interview was pretty funny.
It's legendary.
He was like walking around a house, like talking about he's going to be a construction worker, smoking cigs if he wasn't playing quarterback. Yeah, I remember that one.
Legendary.
That was good.
Is he
legendary?
I've always viewed him as one last thought on Blake, and we don't want all the secrets of the locker room out there.
I mean, I do.
Well, we probably do. But like. I've often said this about Blake, and I was a big defender of Blake over the years in his playing time here, that I just didn't see him as the CEO kind of quarterback because of kind of these topics, these conversations. He's the regular guy. Like, the quarterbacks you played with, isn't it hard to be just a regular guy in that position in the NFL? Don't you kind of have to come from a different angle, a different way you hold yourself, and it might not be the everyday guy?
Yeah, Brent, you hit the nail on the head. Here's the thing. He was like a position player, but you got to be different. So I went from, from Jacksonville, and I go to New England. I go play with a guy like Tom Brady. And then I go and play with a guy like Matt Stafford, but then the following year I'm with Drew Brees. So I remember, like, Blake's like a fun guy, a position guy you might hang out with, but I remember comparing a story when I went out to California to throw footballs with Blake Bortles, and when I got invited out with Drew Brees. It was just complete opposites. Like, Blake's like, I don't know, we got a park over here we could maybe go and throw to, and so we go to the park, and then like we miss one day because he had went out the night before, and it's I think it's funny, but I'm like, dude, like, we're trying to get this work in. And then the next 2 years later, I'm out there going to California, like Drew Brees invited heck of an OTAs, and I worked my way into the starting lineup. I didn't get injured that year, but I was getting some serious reps, the ones. So Drew invites me out to California, just me and Kobe Fleener. And Drew flew me out in first class.
That's nice.
Put me up in a 5-star hotel.
Oh, yeah.
Picked us up every morning at 7 a.m., and we went to the field, and he had a complete list of plays that he was going to play, he was going to throw, and then he took us to his training facility afterwards for a week. And I just thinking back, and I'm like, dude, like, I had fun with Blake. Like, I went and hung out with him a little bit, and, like, Drew was more like, I wasn't going to go hang out with Drew. But
Drew was white glove service, though. It was like concierge stuff.
Yes.
Well,
that's the difference. And when you're a quarterback, I think that's what separates. Not every player is going to do that, but when you're the leader of this team as quarterback, if you're going to be that guy, if you're going to be that Drew Brees type guy, you do stuff like that. And Drew Brees, I catch a ball, I come back, I set it on the ground next to him, I mean, this guy was so into what he was doing. He goes, "Don't set the ball on the ground. I don't like to bend over to pick the ball." I'm like, "Yes, sir, Drew Brees. I'm sorry."
Whatever you say,
So
sir.
I had to hold the ball. Yeah, hold the ball there, and then hand it to Drew, and then I line up and I run my route.
Wow.
That's how meticulous some of these guys are.
Yeah.
You know, Blake, I love the guy to death, and he's like most players in the locker room, most position players. But those quarterbacks, those great quarterbacks, are all a little bit different.
Yeah, it's a very good story. And let me defend Blake in this way. You're talking about a guy in Drew Brees that had played in the league for 15 years at that point, you know?
Oh, plus,
right?
yeah,
so
absolutely.
like he had wide-ranging success. I guess, did somebody never teach Blake that kind of stuff? Or did he just, like, again, reason we all love Blake and the fans love Blake because he was that everyday guy. So it, like, helped him in one respect and maybe hurt him in another respect. So, and he was still a young player here in Jacksonville, and he had a lot going on. And not a lot of help at times, like with some of the roster early on. Super young team. Remember what they did in 13 and then 14? They were super young. Like every guy was young, Clay, on your 14 team.
Oh, it was tough.
So who's teaching him that stuff, right? I think I'm not sure it's only Blake on that, but it's a great delineage between what is great in the NFL and then a guy trying to make it.
He's not a hard worker. It's just the comparison between, a couple of
laid
guys
back, go with the
that
flow
I've
guy
experienced.
versus like the OCD nature of someone who doesn't want the ball in the place where you put it.
All right, we got to hand out a rose on the next segment here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Clay Harbor hangs around for a moment or two when we come back. Hey, everybody, want to tell you buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus at Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz at Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. Fields, a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and also they have a terrific campaign going on this month of October, partnering up with a group called Pink Ribbon Jacks, who provides free mammograms for women in need. And so if you're in the market for a luxury car, visit one of Fields' locations, and $100 will be donated for every new car sold in October through all the different dealerships. So go see someone like Barry Lamb. He's a GM at the Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville. And every car bought in the month of October, $100 for every new car sold will go toward Pink Ribbon Jacks, and it will end up being a big dollar total donated to Pink Ribbon Jacks. Dan Fields, president of Fields Auto Group, is super philanthropic and way behind this cause here in the month of October. So you can contribute as well. If you're looking for a new luxury car, go to Fields and help out a great cause. Also, you can visit pinkribbonjacks.org for more information on what they are doing to help women with free mammograms here in the month of October and beyond. Fields Auto Group, proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. FieldsAuto.com.
Mondays like nobody does them in Jacksonville. We start with MJD at 3.
I'm excited.
You should
I'm
be.
excited. I hope everyone else is as well, because this is a different team. And, as you look around the AFC South, everyone's starting to struggle a little bit. And so you just got to keep getting better each week.
And then Rasheem Mathis at 4.
As a Jacksonville community, we should be excited. We should be very excited. I love what I'm seeing. I love the passion. I love the aggressiveness. I love everything about the Jaguars and how they're playing across the board right now.
Catch them every Monday on ESPN 690.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you October 11th is the deadline to register to vote for the November 8th general election. You can register online by visiting DuvalElections.gov. Call 904-255-8683 for more information.
We've talked so much about life after sports for athletes. You've heard Emmett Smith talk about it, but you don't have to be an athlete to feel pain, and especially joint pain, as you get a little bit older in life. Many people do it, and what QC Kinetics is doing for people here that have it is nothing short of amazing. Talking real lasting relief from joint pain. Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in exciting new pain treatments with advanced regenerative medicine, non-surgical alternatives we've been telling you about. If you're living with joint pain from injury, or maybe it's arthritis, don't let them tell you steroids and pain meds and surgery are your only options. Maybe you've been diagnosed with bone-on-bone arthritis, been told you need a replacement. Call QC Kinetics now for an alternative way to deal with the pain. Here's what you do for a free consultation. 904-274-5522. 904-274-5522 in Mandarin and in Ponte Vedra. Call QC Kinetics now. Don't keep living with that pain. Learn how regenerative medicine can give you your life back with no drugs, no surgery. 904-274-5522.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Hey, poker players. Best Bet Jacksonville has another exciting poker tournament series for you. The Card Player Poker Tour is coming to Best Bet Jacksonville from October 27th to November 14th. This tournament series is packed with excitement and features 15 different poker tournaments, including a $1,700 mystery bounty event with bounties ranging from $500 up to $50,000, and the $3,000 no-limit hold'em main event from November 11th to the 14th. Go to bestbetjacks.com to view the tournament schedule.
Ready to hit the road this fall? Maybe a trip to the mountains or over the river to Grandma's? Then listen up, because you need to rent a Toyota from Arlington Toyota. If you've tried to rent lately, then you know rental companies are short on inventory, but not our friends over at Arlington Toyota Rent-A-Car. Arlington has 2022 and 2023 models in stock and ready to rent at a great price. Toyota is the best way to try it before you buy it. Go to arlingtontoyota.com, reserve your rental, and discover just how good Toyota Rent-A-Car can be.
If you're a veteran looking for direction, purpose, and community in civilian life, we've got your back. Warrior Week at Camp Southern Ground will give you the tools and training you need to thrive in life after military service, all at no cost to you. Get started today at campsouthernground.org.
The roar of our engines, the pump of our heartbeats, the pedal to our metal, the sparks that ignite us, the pistons that push us, the passions that drive us. From the feelings that move us to the places that pull us, on the roads that unite us. With nearly 6,000 stores and over 17,000 auto care centers, Napa has America's largest network of parts and care, here to keep you firing on all cylinders.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Right. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Hey, it's Brett Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. Did you know you can watch our radio show? Yeah, video of a radio show. Just search ESPN 690 Jacks on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Or follow me on Twitter at Brent A.S. Jacks. Watch the show live weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. or listen on ESPN 690. All right, we're back with Clay Harbor, Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. And, man, we love having Clay on. Glad he can join us. Looking forward to seeing you this weekend in Jacksonville for Alumni Weekend. All right, we only got a couple minutes, so let's do this fast. Who are you giving the rose to? And you can't pick an Eagles player.
Damn, that's tough, Brent. And I got to say, you're looking forward to watching me. You know I'm about to sneak on that field and get that jersey on and start playing again.
Do it, man. At least warm-ups.
Down there. But I know we talked about this guy a little bit today, and honestly, there's not a lot of people that I could give this rose to. But Jamal Agnew, 2 touchdowns, 4 catches, 50 yards, was open for another. If somebody gets it, has to be Jamal Agnew. Jamal Agnew, will you accept this rose? He will. Here you go, Jamal Agnew.
He will. No doubt. Hey, safe travels down here, man. Always fun hanging out with you in this 4 o'clock hour every Wednesday at ESPN 690. And we'll see you at the ball game on Sunday here in Jacksonville.
Absolutely. Catch you guys later.
All right,
Clay.
that is Clay Harbor. And Joel Agnew will accept that.
He
will. He will. More Blake Bortles stories coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Josh Scobee scheduled to join us as well. And let's get into some other topics going on in the sports world. We do take a little bit more of a look at the Houston Texans game coming up on Sunday. We'll be right back on ESPN 690.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
If your property has been damaged in a storm, call me, Mark Anajar, at the law offices of Anajar & Levine at 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. And take back control of your life.
Main office, Jacksonville. Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Buying or leasing a car in Jacksonville is the best with Fields Auto Group, Jacksonville's luxury auto group. Lexus of Jacksonville and Orange Park, Mercedes-Benz of Jacksonville, Orange Park, Jaguar Land Rover, Jacksonville, Porsche, Jacksonville, Fields Cadillac, Jacksonville, and St. Augustine. If the luxury car you want isn't in stock, Fields Auto Group will order it. And at Fields, you'll never be charged over sticker price. Stop by a Fields store today and see what world-class service really means. Fields is a proud sponsor of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Fields Auto Group, fieldsauto.com.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey folks, Dave Benyon with Zero Res. Hey, if you had the storm come through and leave some water in your house, give Zero Res a call. We can help you get it out. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line: their homes, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Jacksonville area attorneys. Offices in Jacksonville and by appointment only in Ponte Vedra Beach. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast.
Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This Sports Center.
I'm Christine Lisi. The Colts have ruled out running back Jonathan Taylor tomorrow night against the Broncos because of an ankle injury. It'll be the first game he misses in his college or NFL career due to injury. Signs continue to point toward quarterback Cooper Rush starting a fourth consecutive game for the Cowboys Sunday against the Rams. Starter Dak Prescott did not practice today. He was with the rehab group. Coach Mike McCarthy says Prescott had a good visit with the doctors yesterday. The next step in his recovery from a thumb fracture, get enough strength in his hand to throw the ball. Cowboys 3-0 this season with Rush filling in, and that means there's no pressure for Dak to return quickly, notes ESPN's Dominique Foxworth.
I don't understand what it must feel like to be a franchise quarterback for a team and see someone else having that success. I'm sure that drives Dak to want to get back even more, but he needs to understand that right now they got a couple wins in the bank, and the most important thing is that he is healthy for the stretch run because they're a better team than we thought, and the NFC is a little bit up in the air outside of Philadelphia.
33-year-old receiver Cole Beasley is retiring from the NFL after 11 seasons. Baseball Angels hired Phil Nevin as their manager for 2023, removed his interim title.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max.
If the ball came your way, as well off as you guys are, what would you do?
I'm diving, I'm catching it, I'm turning that moment into an NFT.
More from KJ and Max Thursday morning at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
Now, your chance to win $1,000 as ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Essential Energy. Live fit.
Are you ready to go?
3, 2, 1.
Text the word teeth to the number 70123 before 15 past the hour. That's TEETH.
Your next chance to win is tomorrow morning at 8. This is a nationwide contest. Message and data rates apply. Get the complete rules now at ESPN690.com.
ESPN 690 and Action Sports Shacks presents Brent and Friends with Brett Martineau.
We're going to have to show a little more patience than the year 2 pom-pom people.
Casey Kurtz.
Yo! But what are we doing, bro? Come on!
And Aaron Schachter.
I'm all in favor of these two showing their love, really celebrating their relationship.
Get him! Get him! Get him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Yeah!
This is Brent and Friends with Brett Martineau, Casey Kurtz, and Aaron Schachter on Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio, ESPN 690.
Hey, it's Football at 5 here on Brett and Friends on ESPN 690. Brett Martineau, Aaron Schachter. Just one friend today. Although we have Clay Harbor.
Got a bunch of friends.
That's right.
Bunch of friends.
We have Josh Scobee maybe checking in. He told me he would, but who knows? He might be like in the middle of a great round of golf or something like that. But that could be the case. Hey, speaking of golf, I was at Furyk and Friends today at Timuquana Country Club. My goodness, it was so beautiful out there. What a week we have. We really have a fantastic week in Jacksonville. So hopefully you get a chance to go out there, and great venue. Fantastic look back at the city of Jacksonville from behind the clubhouse, and terrific venue for that event, and star-studded. The thing about the Champions Tour, I remember covering an event down at in Palm Coast at Hammock Beach when I first arrived in Jacksonville. They did a senior tour event, now the Champions Tour, and I remember like Tom Kite, and I feel like Arnold Palmer was there for at least just to be there, or I can't imagine he was playing at that time. I think it would have been too late, but he was there so I remember covering it, and now you get like this next era of the golfer that you remember seeing on TV all the time. I mean, John Daly, I saw him today. Davis Love, of course. Miguel Angel Jimenez, if you like golf. Bernard Langer. I was doing a stand-up for TV, and Bernard's putting right behind me. I said, hope I'm not messing you up. He didn't care. It was fine. He was testing out a couple of different putters. So we talked to Nota Begay today. David Duval's playing in it. Of course, Jim Furyk. So it's a good generation of golfer. And that's a fun part of it if you like golf, you know. Especially John Daly's such a draw. I was looking today, it was a Pro-Am, and I didn't know who he was playing with. I saw the cart drive up. He was about ready to tee off. John Daly was.
Was he all Santa'd out?
And he
with
was.
the big hair and the big beard. Yeah,
got the beard going, and
Very
the
seasonal.
loud clothes, and so. But I was like, man, these guys are about to have a good time, right? If you're playing a Pro-Am with John Daly,
Oh, yeah.
you're probably about to go have
That's
a good
a
time.
party, yeah.
But then I also think about this. You wonder this sometimes, that I thought about this over the years with a guy like Bill Murray, because we would cover Caddyshack.
Yeah.
And I always thought, wow, it must be hard to be a comedian at times, especially Murray.
Just being always on or
you
something?
got to always be on, right? Like, you always have to be on. And so that part of it always surprised. And then John Daly, I'm like, I wonder if he always has to give somebody a moment. And I don't know if that's humanly possible to be able to do that all the time. So that's I've always wondered about those kind of things. Brent Martineau, Aaron Schachter, Brent and Friends on ESPN 690, football at 5. And let's welcome Josh Scobee into the show. Speaking of a guy who's always on, he plays in a bunch of Pro-Ams. See, you know what I'm talking about, Josh? You just called, so you didn't catch it. But I was saying,
Oh, no, I didn't.
a guy like Bill Murray, right, and plays in the Caddyshack. I've always wondered about a guy like that because he's a comedian, so he's funny, and everybody knows him because he's funny. Yet, are you always funny if you're Bill Murray? Like, do you always have to be funny when you're around people? And I was thinking of it in the context of John Daly. He's a character. Like, John Daly, people want to see him, talk to him. And so when they're playing with him in the Pro-Am today at the Furyk and Friends event, I wonder if John Daly just always has to give that group something every time he plays so they have a story to tell.
Well, I'm sure. I mean, they always say in any walk of life, you got to know your role. So if you know your role is to be the funny guy, then be the funny guy. If you're going to be the jackass, be the jackass. If you're going to be the jerk, be the jerk. And, I mean, it's hard to do that 100% of the time, but for the most part, if you're smart in life, you got to know your role.
Well, your role when you play on the golf course, that means you got to pound 300-yard drives, right? People like now when you play in these things, people expect you to go shoot like 66.
Moonshots.
Yeah, that's not my role all the time. So yeah,
put the expectation bar a little bit lower. You got to set that a little lower.
Yeah, I got to set it lower and tell people, like, listen, I'm 40 years old now. I can't hit it that far. So it's funny whenever I'll play in these golf tournaments where it's a 350-yard par 4, and they're like, oh, you can drive the green, huh? Like, no, I can't drive the green. What are you talking about? So, there are times whenever you got to know your role, and times whenever you have to play a different role. That's for sure.
Yeah. Are you playing like dad role right now, or are you playing on the golf course somewhere?
I just got off the golf course, so I'm now back to dad role.
All right. Where'd you play?
Here at Deerwood. Just beautiful, perfect day.
What a day, huh? Jeez.
Gorgeous outside.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
How's the game? Good shape?
It's good. I'm trying to gear up for our fun match on Friday out at the Furyk and Friends thing with Baselli and Roethlisberger and Jerome Bettis. So I'm trying to make sure that I play my role in that part.
Yeah.
Tony already sent me a really, really good pep talk text last week. Just the way Tony would do it. He just said, you better be ready to play. And I said, oh, thanks for the pep talk there, Coach. Appreciate you.
Typical of kicker abuse.
Yeah. That's what I told him. I said, you know what, you're a bit of a kicker bully. And he literally sent me the text back, said, you got to know your role. I said, okay.
He said, I'm the guy hitting 300-yard bombs.
Yeah.
By the way, Baselli can play, man. Baselli's he's a good player, isn't he?
Oh, I know. And I told him, like, you got to be ready, too. I can't be carrying your big fat ass the whole time. So,
plus he's had back injuries too, so you got to be a little.
You really got to carry him. Then,
How is Roethlisberger a good player? Do you know? I know there was that famous story when you guys played against Pittsburgh in the preseason. He basically played TPC Sawgrass the day of the game.
The morning of, yes, yeah, I know all about that. But yeah, from what I understand, he's a pretty good golfer, and he's friends with mutual friends of mine here in the area, and they say he hits it farther than I do, and like, I guess he might be like a 5 or 6 handicap, and Jerome Bettis is actually pretty good too. So we're going to have some work cut out for us.
There it goes.
Do you know the details of that? Like, I've seen different things. Like,
No.
there's something in the morning, and then is that like 2:30 that you guys are doing that?
Oh, they told us that it'll be around 2:30, and that we'll be going off on, I guess, their 10th hole, which is the original first hole at Timuquana.
Yep.
At right around 2:30 after the last group, and it's supposed to be Furyk and Ernie Els and Steve Stricker, I believe.
Okay, in that last group, and then you guys go, and then you're going to play like 9 holes, right, for skins and like $100,000 on the line.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, they haven't cut me a check yet, so I guess.
Well,
I guess
Josh, it's for charity. You're probably not going to get paid.
Oh.
Well, it won't be going to the Tony Baselli Foundation. It'll be going to the Josh Scobee Fund.
Well, you mentioned the other quarterback. One of the reasons I asked you to jump on a little bit is Blake Bortles' day in Jacksonville. It kind of feels like. First of all, does it surprise you that he's done? I gave this whole soliloquy on Blake, defended him a lot around here, really like Blake, and thought he was better than people made him out to be. But I also have this other part of it, Josh. I can't believe he's not on a roster with what he accomplished. And he's a good dude. He wouldn't be a bad guy in a room. Like, I don't get why he's not on a roster. Like, I'll go up and down backup quarterbacks around the NFL, and I'll be like, I'd take Blake over that guy any day of the week. So with all that said, are you a little surprised that he is officially now, like, never going to play again in the NFL?
No, I'm not, to tell you the truth. I mean, we're talking about, number one, a really good, genuine, nice guy. I mean, I love that dude. We only played, like 1 season together, but obviously still stay in touch, play golf together. But he's a genuinely nice guy. But, backup quarterbacks typically stick around for a long time because they're good at a few things. And unfortunately, Blake's mechanics are not the best. So coaches see that and they say, all right, well, why am I going to have this guy, being the understudy to my starting quarterback if his mechanics aren't very good? I'm not going to trust him coming in if he gets hurt or whatever happens to the starting quarterback. So that's just my guess. I mean, I honestly have no idea what I'm talking about when it comes to mechanics of a quarterback, but that's just my guess. Yeah. But, sometimes you're ready to be done playing and ready to be done with the grind of getting called for a random workout by a team and just the unknown. And, he's getting married. He's got a couple kids, and he's probably ready to just chill.
Yeah, well, he made $48 million. That might help.
And by the way, escaped the league before his 30th birthday. Brains seemingly still intact. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, we all like to make as much money as we can in the game and come away from it with as much brain cells as possible. And, I mean, it seems like he did what he wanted to do. And, sometimes it doesn't work out exactly the way you want it to in the NFL. And you just got to get out while you can and make the most of it.
Gosh, I didn't even look it up, man, because I thought you played actually longer with him than you did. I thought you would have crossed over more, and I just didn't add up the years.
I think it was just 1 year.
Wow, and I knew you knew him well from playing golf and other things since even you left the NFL. What kind of stories you got? I mean, even in a year or or maybe it's on the golf course. Why does you get the pulse of the fan base as well as any former player that has been in Jacksonville? You get it. You know what social media is like. You understand. You listen to it.
And by the way, it transcends as a personality in the same way that Bortles does a lot.
Absolutely.
Where it's almost got nothing to do with all your accolades on the field, Josh. People in this town love you to love you.
Oh, relax. I mean, I don't love them that much. But
all right. Well, Brent apparently doesn't love me to love.
Apparently not.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, you understand.
Yeah.
It's this weird relationship, right? Like with Blake. That's why I'm trying to eloquently or not eloquently say today that, listen, they understand they didn't get as much out of him from the QB position, but they also love this guy. And you know that. Like, you can feel it. It's a weird deal, isn't it?
It is, because I think Jacksonville, as a city is basically like, a Southern boy type of city in terms of there's a lot of good people here, a lot of hardworking people here. And if you're down to earth and you get along with the everyday person. I mean, you go out to Publix, you go to Target, you see someone and you just act like you're a normal person, then they're going to treat you like a normal person, even though you played in the NFL for a while. And that's why I love Jacksonville. And that's the way Blake is. Like, he's a down-to-earth, everyday person. And I saw an interview he did one time where, they asked him what he would do if he wasn't in the NFL. And he said something about he'd be on a tractor ripping cigarettes or something like that. So, and that's honestly what I think he would be doing.
Yeah.
And because he's just a regular old dude that happened to be really good at football. And that's kind of what happened to me. And that's why we get along very well is, you got lucky that you were good at something and you made it last for as long as you could. And now embrace retirement and embrace the community you live in.
Yeah, I think it's cool too. Blake's around here, right? I mean, he's keeping this place. I don't feel like he's going back to Oviedo anytime soon. I mean, this is where he's going to raise his family.
Home for him.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Which is cool. Which obviously you have and so many others have done. All right, give us a story, man. What you got? Story time that you can share. I know you probably got others you can.
There's many I can't share, but there's nothing too bad about him that I can share. Man.
That I can share. By the way, we had Clay Harbor just told us about a fight they got into at Mavericks. So you're going to have to try to top that.
That's one I can't. Yeah, I can't share that. Fortunately, I was not there because
Scobee's out there doing butt punts on all these hillbillies and Mavericks, man. Just launching footballs right up the keister.
But that dude, honestly, he was so just chill and relaxed, and everyone got along with him. And anytime that someone wanted to speak to him, and Brent, you can probably speak to this, if you're coming into the locker room to do an interview, he was always open to do it, regardless of the situation. And that's what I appreciated about him, because I saw quite a few quarterbacks come and go here in Jacksonville that when reporters would come in, they wouldn't want to be a part of any bit of it, depending on how the game had gone the week before or the day of. But he was always open and honest about it, and that's what I always appreciated about him. He's a very honest person.
Yeah, and he, by the way, he answered the bell all the time, and I think the media appreciated that about him in a big-time way. You can even ask guys that cover the beat now, and they love Blake Bortles because he at least answered the bell. He was always there, and there is something to be said for that, and the fans appreciate him for different reasons, and maybe that too, because he had some really good lines on that podium too. He would quip pretty well.
I'll give you one story that probably no one knows about other than a few people. So myself, Blake, and two other people. So when he and I played in the Lake Tahoe tournament the same year together, 2015, we played in that golf tournament together. So we played a practice round, and this random guy got paired up with us, and his family was coming out with him, just kind of walking along. And Blake and I were riding in the golf cart together, and this guy had his daughter there with him, and he was basically trying to get Blake to date his daughter. And she was, very good-looking girl, and, so she just kind of rode on the side of the cart the whole time, hanging on the side of the cart.
Just waiting.
As I'm driving, and Blake's on the side of the cart, and I'm looking is this weird? I don't know if this is appropriate. I don't know what the heck's going on. And the dad's like, "Oh yeah, this is my daughter. She's 19. All good."
No.
Well, she's
it was very awkward. But
can you imagine the pep talk the dad gave to the daughter before they went to the golf tournament?
Hey, this is Blake Bortles. Make sure you act your prettiest and go from there.
Yeah, this is big time. This is an NFL player.
Blake was very gentlemanly and very nice to her, and apparently, they all went out to dinner that night.
Oh, okay.
So, hey, maybe it happened. Maybe it worked. But didn't he steal your spot?
On the date?
I don't care.
In the tournament? Okay. No ill will on that? Is he a better golfer than he was then? Because in 2015, he was terrible.
Terrible, yeah. I actually, that same practice round, he hit someone in the shin with a golf ball, a line drive. They were watching us play, and he hit someone right in the shin. But yes, he's gotten a whole lot better since then.
Yeah, I bet. That's in fact the last two times I've seen him, it's been on a range.
Yeah.
So, I think he plays a lot. All right, let's leave with this, man. Thanks for jumping in on a little Blake Bortles story. But about the Jags, this is fun, right? I mean, they're 2-2. I know it's coming off a loss, but there's a lot of good stuff to see. We've had to get you on a lot of different times and talk about bad football. There's a lot to be excited about in Jacksonville right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, obviously the 2 wins in a row by dominant performance was really, really good. The one thing that I'm optimistic about is the opening game against Washington. I mean, they played 1 good quarter, essentially, and 3 terrible quarters, and they were still in the game. And the Philadelphia game this past Sunday, they dominated the first quarter and then played 3 bad quarters and still were essentially in the game at the end. So that means that they are a good team. And if they put together 2 to 3 good quarters, they're going to win the game. And I mean, I love what the defense is doing. I mean, absolutely love it. And I just think that obviously Trevor has to protect the ball. That was kind of an anomaly on Sunday, and the weather didn't help with that. But I'm optimistic about Sunday and for the rest of the season.
Yeah, you should be. Josh Scobee with us here on Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. All right, man. Hey, go win that thing. Beat the Pittsburgh guys on Friday at Furyk and Friends at Timuquana Country Club. And then you got a big weekend, alumni weekend. I'm sure you'll be a part of the festivities as well at the bank.
Yep, I'll be there. It should be a lot of fun.
Thanks for taking the time, man. Good talking to you.
All right, buddy.
That is Josh Scobee, former Jags kicker, sharing some more Blake Bortles. So I love how we made today. I'm sorry if you didn't want to make today Blake Bortles Day.
It's Bortles
but we just
Day.
Made a Bortles Day, man.
It's the boatiest of days.
I think again, man, I'll go back to what I said earlier. You can listen on the podcast. You can go back on YouTube, subscribe, Action Sports Shacks. Just to me, one of the most fascinating relationships from player to fan base that I've ever seen covering sports. I've been doing this for over 20 years now. And I can't get off that part of it.
It's cool. Very disproportionate. The length of time he spent in the market and the accolades he was able to achieve.
Yeah.
The amount of love that comes this man's way.
I said this when I first got here about Garrard, that Garrard would be appreciated more when he was done. Mm-hmm. And I think that did happen.
Yeah, I believe that.
I think Blake was kind of appreciated and also crushed, almost an even amount to your point earlier in the show at times, even after. But I think he'll be more appreciated as we go. I want to see a reunion 2017. Blake Bortles gets introduced with that 2017 team, and I want to see the reaction of the stadium. And I think it'll be wild. Off the charts good.
Wild.
We'll be back. Brent and Friends on ESPN 690 rolls on right after this.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly clear, nice and cool again tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 50s. Plenty of sun and a warm Thursday. Highs tomorrow reach the mid-80s. For the CBS 47 at Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Save thousands on buy one, get one on wedding bands now through October 23rd.
When I moved to Jacksonville 15 years ago, I found Nimnick Buick GMC. That led to the Acadia. I had a couple of them. And now the GMC Sierra truck, and I love it. I'm on my second one of those, all from Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. I know the product, the service, and I know the people. From Billy Nimnick to Jackie Lynch and James Jones. They've been my friends since 2008. Nimnick has been your friend in Jacksonville since 1941. NimnickBuickGMC.com. It's where I'll get my next truck, or maybe it'll be my kid's first vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC. The fun part about being a longtime customer with CGC Water Treatment is you get to know the product, the people, and what they're all about. CGC Water Treatment is all about you, and they're grateful for their customers and the community. That's why CGC Water Treatment is celebrating you and me and hosting a Customer Appreciation Day. Saturday, October 15th, from 9 a.m. until 2 p.m., there will be special incentives on Connecticut systems. You can also trade in your existing equipment for discounts on newer equipment, as well as discounts on filters and salt. Hourly giveaways, including reverse osmosis systems, too. So come on out. Bring the kids to meet Jackson DeVille from 12 to 1. Enjoy free refreshments and music by Tony Mann. Call 888-CGC-4H20 for more details. That's 888-242-4426. 75 years in business doesn't happen by accident. The reason? The customers. You guys are the best. Join everyone at 2181 St. John's Bluff Road South here in Jacksonville. The folks at CGC Water Treatment are proud partners of the Jacksonville Jaguars and your local independent Connecticut dealer. Florida license number CFC 1428211.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Best Bet St. Augustine's grand opening will be on October 15th and 16th. Best Bet will be celebrating its newest card room and sports bar located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida, with exciting giveaways, special commemorative items, food and drink specials, and more. There will be thousands of dollars in high-end promotions and $500 drawings every 30 minutes for players with a Best Bet St. Augustine Players Card. Celebrate Best Bet St. Augustine's grand opening on October 15th and 16th. View details at bestbetjacks.com.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Yo, Pablo Torre here, host of the ESPN Daily Podcast. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Pablo Torre. Listen and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Hello, this is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is a firm that practices family law exclusively. We focus on only one area of the law to maximize our strength and effectiveness as advocates for clients that have everything on the line: their homes, savings, and most importantly, their children. We're the partner our clients count on.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Jacksonville area attorneys. Offices in Jacksonville and by appointment only in Ponte Vedra Beach. Lisa Cargis, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. You can watch us on CBS 47 and Fox 30. You can listen right here on ESPN 690. And you can subscribe to our YouTube and podcast, Action Sports Jacks on ESPN 690. Action Sports Jacks. Watch, listen, subscribe. Hey, Football at 5 here on ESPN 690. So what's the deal? We got Middleton coming up. Is he doing his own thing on overtime?
I believe so.
That's the story,
I got
right?
the text from the Red Menace. He must be on the road or something like that.
I think they've made it now.
He's
Drove
like,
all through the night.
He's like, hey, before you run out, can you help Brian get up and running? So Brian is coming in here.
What do you think about this idea? So I got to help. You got to help me make life decisions sometimes. This is what we do. We do this
bad
together.
Decision on your part.
Yeah. And I know what people are going to say, but I think we're going to do it regardless of what you say.
Okay.
So we got Zach Brown Band. I've got an interesting week. We got Zach Brown Band on Friday.
All right. It's a good show.
So we get the tickets way early.
Is that Dailies? Where are they playing?
It's at Dailies.
Okay.
Remember you were going to help me with a meet and greet?
That's right.
Yeah,
that never happened.
Yeah, it didn't happen. And I probably wouldn't be able to meet and greet anyway because when do they do meet and greets?
Like 2 hours before the show starts, 3 hours before the show starts.
I'm going to be doing this show live at like Middleburg High School where our game of the week is.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Don't feel like you let me down or anything.
Well, I did, but that's okay. It's part for the course.
So anyway, I love Zach Brown Band, and we try to go when we can. I know it's in a football season. I know it's usually on Friday nights, so it already comes with some hurdles. But I get somebody to fill my spot in shooting the football games.
All right, good.
So that's cool. Now we do the show, Blitz Scoreboard Show.
Yep, 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock to 10:30. Now, would you mind if this week I maybe just slide it to like 9:30 to 10:30? Would that be bad?
Who's going to complain?
I don't think anybody would complain because the games go longer now anyway. So, like, we really don't get the finals in until 9:30. Think anybody but mine?
Listen.
I mean, I just hang out for another song or two. That's all I'm asking.
In 2022, it's all about workers' rights, Brent.
That's right.
You want to go see Zach Brown Band, start the show 30 minutes late, Times are merely a suggestion.
That's it. Like, listen, the bottom line is the one beautiful thing about ESPN 690 for the last 3.5 years, and I don't want this part to change, is we make the damn rules around here.
You really do.
Like, it is.
I can't tell you, man. I came to this city.
This is a player-run organization.
For sure. I came to this city to work at WOKV down the hall 20 years ago, and it's so buttoned up. The whole entire time I've been here, it's been so buttoned up. And then I get to a station like this, and every question I ask, it's like, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Hey, listen, we have a slogan here. It hasn't always, not everybody's run with it, but we do. ESPN 690, we're just trying to make it. And listen, it's almost 4 years in, people. We're making it.
Yeah, we're making it.
So anyway, so I got the Zach Brown, but I don't know if I'm coming back at 9 or 9:30. Now, Casey's not here, so Brian Middleton's filling in on that show.
Oh, wow.
And that's a tricky show to produce, I will say.
Especially for the first time, and then you're not going to be there.
There's a lot of going on. We got video coming in. There's just a lot going on. Kevin Sullivan joins us, so I'm debating on that front. So anyway, the story gets even
murkier.
It does. Because then I got to go down TV, do Friday Night Blitz. So that I'll get done about 11:30. Well, Steph, meanwhile, she's going to still be at the end of the concert, so she probably won't get home till like 11. Well, Kaylee was supposed to go to a softball camp down at Rollins on Saturday. Got canceled because of Hurricane Ian.
Okay.
Well, there's a camp. We've been wanting to maybe go see a school in North Carolina, UNC Pembroke. We've heard some good things about.
Right.
And there's a baseball and softball camp that day, Saturday.
Wow.
Now, it's like 5 hours away, man.
So so you're not going to make it there and then back.
Well, I am, but I'm leaving at like 11:30 at night.
So no sleep for you?
Very little. But so we drive, and I'm going to add one more element of this. You know what I'm doing? I think I'm going to do, because I always want to do it anyway, and I figured this will help, because I don't want the kids to like be up all night, then go to a camp for college, right?
Yeah.
And just be like, have no juice.
Zombified, yeah.
So like, well, instead of maybe just driving in the truck or Steph's car, what if I get like one of those leisure vans? So
All right.
Right? So I was like, we don't really do anything this time of year. So I'm like, this will be a little adventure.
Yeah.
Right? For 36 hours.
I
got
like
to be
this
back
plan.
at 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
This is worth like live camera check-ins too, by the way.
So I call Travel Camp and say, hey, do you have it? Well, they don't have the leisure van stuff, but they've got
a little RV maybe?
They've got an
Provost?
RV. So
the Brent bus?
I think I'm taking an RV on Friday night at 11:30, driving 5 hours.
Wow.
Get some breakfast, maybe catch a nap. Kids go to camp from 9 to 4. We go hang around UNC Pembroke, which I heard is like in the middle of nowhere, but it's a really nice place. We get some dinner. And then we drive back.
You're going to be a zombie.
And then we have the day on Sunday.
Yeah,
you
but
like my plan?
Yeah, but you're going to need a nap. When do you get to recover?
Yeah, but I'm not doing the damn camp. I can nap while they're at camp.
I don't know if you're one of these guys who's sitting there at the fence.
I usually will, but I can sneak. Camps can be kind of boring. So when it's high time to go look at the camp, I'll do it.
All right.
I only need a few hours. I'll be fine. I'll catch up. So you like the plan?
Yeah, it works. You're shoving a lot of stuff in a small amount of time. If nothing else, it's super efficient. Daryl, check it out in the chat. He's calling it a piece of cake. I'd like to see you do it, buddy. I don't know about piece of cake. You're basically saying you're going to zombie drive down there and then take, a nap before breakfast is what you called it?
Yeah.
Here's the problem. You're going to get there in the 4 or 5 o'clock hour.
I know, you're kind of in the nowhere land.
But then you settle in, right? Like you get in the hotel, you check in, whatever that process is. You get up to the room, you're finally going to lay down.
I'm not getting up to any room. Like, we're not renting a hotel or anything.
You're just showing up in a car.
We're just showing up in the RV.
It's the leisure van. Okay.
It's an RV, by the way. They don't have the leisure van.
Yeah.
So it's like a 32-foot RV.
Oh, so you got beds in that thing. You got bathrooms in that.
Yeah.
Oh, you could sleep on the way. You can pull over.
I can't. I got to drive, but the kids can sleep on the way.
You just pull over. You take an hour, and then you get back on the road or something like that.
I told Steph, I was like, listen, if we're falling asleep, which you don't want to do, obviously.
Well, obviously.
But then we'll just go to the rest area or whatever and sleep for a couple hours.
This is what Celsius was made for, man. This is why you got the sponsorship. You got to
get a thermos of coffee and some Celsius.
I do think we should have a live cam on the dashboard just in case something goes wrong. We'd like to know.
I might do some social media videos. It could be. Listen. I'm a big believer you live life to tell stories.
Yeah,
that'd be a fun little one.
I don't know if it'd be fun in the moment, but it'd be a good story.
Yeah. So here's the way Ty thinks. So I say this. Steph and I are talking about it. Like, what do you think? But she's kind of geeked up about it. All right, cool. Steph's on board.
It's like road trip.
Yeah. Fun, do a little something different. And I always want to do the RV thing. Like, I've never done it, and I want to do it. So watch, we'll, like, break down or something. Or that's not what happened. But this will be straight out of, like, We Are the Millers. But
I have a feeling the RV thing isn't as fun if you got to drive the whole time.
Yeah, well, but like you
don't
said,
you want to
now,
experience
when
the
it's
RV?
at camp, like, I don't have to sleep on the bleachers. I can go in there and sleep for a little bit.
Just
That's
go in
nice.
there, throw on the air conditioning.
Yeah, so that's not bad. But
so did you
I
secure
say to
the RV?
kids,
You got it?
Yeah, I got it. I'm booked.
That is cool, man.
Like, I'm doing it. Friday, I'm picking it up.
Is this your first RV?
Well, that I've driven on a road trip, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so the other element of this is we have, like, this family text message.
Yeah.
And for some odd reason, Kaylee never responds to the family text message.
Because you guys are boomers. She doesn't want to talk to the boomers.
But she doesn't even, like, just never responds. Like, no like button, no anything. Just doesn't respond.
You got to hit her up in the DM on, like, Instagram or something.
But Ty's the tricky one. Like, Kaylee wants to go to every camp that ever existed.
She loves
for softball.
Yeah,
like, she just wants to go play. Ty's like, yeah, whatever. I'm 130 pounds. Like, I got to grow a little more before anybody's going to say, I want you to play for me. Like, he's very logical.
Yeah.
And, like, we've been talking about, like, Flagler. So, like, hey, maybe you can go to Flagler sometime. We'll see. Like, he's going to a camp there and some other schools like that. And I think now we've talked about it so much, Ty's to the point where, well, why do I have to go anywhere else? I'm just going to go to this one camp. And if it works out, it works out. If not, it doesn't. Like, that's his mindset.
Yeah.
But so I sent this thing to him. I said, hey, we're going to take this. Here's our ride on Saturday. We're going to do
all
this.
in now?
You guys are going to be. And no, Ty's response was, why don't we just take your car or mom's car?
Ty.
I'm like, that is so Ty.
Oh.
So Ty. Like, Ty, because now you can sleep like in an
this
actual
is a special
bed. Like,
thing.
you can have fun.
Yes. This is an experience that you'll never have again, most likely. Most people never get in the inside of an RV. It's not even like...
And drive 12 hours in like a 26-hour span. There and back. How did I get on this? So that's because Casey was driving 12 hours like last night.
I can't imagine
Are
being
you an
on a road
overnight
trip.
driver? My
I
buddy
am.
that comes down, like he actually plans from Allentown, PA, when they come down this summer, and when they leave to go back, they plan the overnight drive.
Yeah, I used to do that when I was younger. As I got older, I try to avoid it. But then, you know, you have the kids, right? So then you start doing weird kid sleep math, especially when they're young. And one, I think it was a July 4th or something, my in-laws live out in St. George Island. It's like
Where's that?
It's in the Panhandle.
Okay.
It's about 5-ish hours from here, either 4 or 6. I can't really remember, but it's in Apalachicola. Right? It's like a real quiet oyster town. It's like a bay town, and there's nothing going on in there. But to get there is really a pain drive because you're not on like open interstate. You're taking back state roads with one lane going each way, and you're having to like jump in front of cars when they're going too slow. In any case, when it's just me and the wife at the beginning of this relationship, we could go and come back at any time whatsoever. Right? It doesn't 4 in the morning we're leaving the house or 10 a.m. we're leaving the house. It's fine. When you have kids, though, it depends on the age. You start to do this weird kid sleep math where you go, all right, well, if my son goes to sleep at like 7 and then we get in the car at like 2, he'll be annoyed, but then he'll go back to bed for the rest of the trip and we'll make it all the way home. And instead, when we did that, he literally cried for 6 hours. 6 straight.
Didn't work out like you thought it would.
I wanted to put my head through a windshield in a way that I had never experienced in my life. I looked at my wife. I said, never again. Never again.
Never again.
So now we just leave in the morning. We come back in the morning. Call it a wrap.
You know, the other part of this is totally different than your end of the spectrum. We're almost to the end of the other side of the spectrum where we can kind of go do whatever these trips are, or we could just leave the kids at home.
Yeah, just leave them.
Right. But then there's another part where if we did take like our vehicle, I wouldn't do this with the RV. They can both drive.
The kids.
Like, yeah. But see, here's the thing. I am not falling asleep in the back of my car at 2 in the morning with the kid driving, right? That would be more stress than me, like, trying to throw water on my face to stay awake.
It's going to be hard to sleep, yeah.
So that's not, like, we're not there yet. Maybe I don't know what age that comes at. Like when the kids are 20, will I feel better about it? At 22, can I go take a nap and they can drive? But that ain't happening now. They're 17, they haven't been driving long enough. I've hardly been in the car with, well, Kaylee I've been in the car with a lot. I think I've been in the car once with Ty driving. I don't even know if he knows how to drive.
It's got to be
I haven't been pulled over yet.
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm
scarred for life. When I was in my early adulthood, let's call it 22, I fell asleep on the way home from dropping off my girlfriend at the time, who later became my my wife and then my ex-wife. I was
She's got a lot of titles.
I dropped her off at college, and then I was driving back home. It was like 2 a.m, and I dozed off. And I sent this car right into the median.
Did you really?
Yeah. And, luckily I wasn't hurt. Now, the car was hurt. Broken axle, lost the quarter panel.
Wow.
Wheel was all
That's dangerous,
weird.
man. It happens a lot.
Oh, my gosh,
People
yeah.
try to tough it out. You can't do it.
Can't do it. You start fading, and then you got to be real with yourself. You got to go, hey, look, we got to pull over.
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing here?
Yeah, you
So
gotta go
I
to the
didn't
rest
do
area or
that.
something.
I was too tough. I was a young 20, so you can't tell a young 20-something anything.
Yeah. I feel like I learned that. My buddy used to try to beat that a lot, and we'd be like hitting them, keeping them awake, and they want to let us drive or something. I'm like, come on, man, just pull. We did it one time. We were coming back from Six Flags, like in New Jersey. Driving back to Rhode Island.
That was the spot, man.
And we were like, let's pull over. We did. We pulled over for like 2 hours and took a nap and then finished.
I had a guy with me. He was asleep. we both woke up.
That's scary stuff.
We
now.
both woke up as the car hit the wall. I'll tell you that.
So I asked I said, would you rather drive overnight? Jay Notre Dame fan says, no way. I'd rather leave super early, like 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm probably more like that, too, overall.
I don't mind getting up super
This isn't that
early.
long a drive. It's like a 5-hour drive.
The problem you're going to face is that you're up all day and then driving.
Yeah. I've been trying to get good sleep this week, at least like 7 hours.
It's not going to matter when you get to the day. You're going to be
it's
tired.
the flip side of it.
But it's like if you
I'll
could
pay
get
for
3 hours at home, if you could go home at 11:30, get 3 hours, and then hit the road, I mean, that would be a world of difference to me.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea. All right, you know what else is a bad idea? Hit a break. Sorry, we didn't talk sports at all. But
Is what it is.
Listen, I needed some life planning there.
Look, we're getting advice. Someone's saying drink a Ghost Energy. I'm assuming that's like a drink where the main ingredient is like lava and what? Like cocaine or
Espresso.
something. Yeah.
Times 5. We'll be back, Brent and Friends, on ESPN 690. Put a bow on this show and hand off to overtime with just Middleton here on a Wednesday. Everybody, I want to tell you about iCryo in St. Johns County. I've been telling you about that for 6 months now. Make sure you get down to iCryo. I'm going to need the cryotherapy chamber coming back from this trip. Not only wake me up, but a little recovery, too. And that's what it's all about at iCryo in St. Johns County Pavilion at Durbin Park. If you haven't seen it yet, if you haven't been down there to try it out, I'm telling you, you'll love it. The kids love it. My wife loves it. Everybody we know in St. Johns County loves it. Great people that own it as well. So it's a wonderful business to support down there. iCryo.com for more information down in St. Johns County. And for listening to ESPN 690, we got a heck of a deal for you. You can get a day pass for $69. Just tell them that you heard it on ESPN 690. $69 day pass. You can use 3 of the 6 lifestyle services. So whole body cryo, local cryo, compression, red light therapy, sauna, cryofacial. 3 of those. You got to use it all in one day, but you get it for $69. Usually it's for one of those $39. So it's a heck of a deal. Just tell them that ESPN 690 sent you. iCryo.com. iCryo in St. Johns County.
Florida State football is back on Jacksonville's home for ESPN 690. Saturday night, the Seminoles travel to Raleigh to take on the North Carolina State Wolfpack. Our coverage starts at 5:30 with the Florida State Tailgate Show. Then Jeff Collane, William Floyd, and Tom Block have the call from Carter Finley Stadium of Knowles Wolfpack. Kickoff is at 8 Saturday night. Catch Florida State football all season long on Jacksonville's home for the Garnet and Gold Seminole football on ESPN 690.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
Mike Hogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you October 11th is the deadline to register to vote for the November 8th general election. You can register online by visiting duvalelections.gov. Call 904-255-8683 for more information.
Hi, this is Keith Gurr, president of American Window Products. We are Jacksonville's oldest replacement window company. We have been providing excellent service for over 38 years and still have an A+ rating. At American Window Products, we have helped over 36,000 homeowners, and we don't use subcontractors. Right now, we're offering a free installation on 6 or more windows, as well as a free energy package. Go to AmericanWindowProducts.com and click for an estimate. That's AmericanWindowProducts.com. American Window Products, we are the window professionals.
Hey, does your car still only play CDs? No Bluetooth? No CarPlay? You got an old car, my friend. You know what's better than an old car? A less old car. Get a car or truck that's new to you with a great used car loan from 1-to-1 Financial, Jacksonville's hometown credit union. Get pre-approved for a loan and shop at any dealership in town. Get a low rate and get rid of that old car today. Apply online at 1to1fcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You'll save time and make the most money. Hi, this is Mark Spain, and our offers are the strongest in the industry, so you can sell your home stress-free and make the most money. When you get a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, there are no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Certain restrictions apply.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
Main office, Jacksonville. Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-973-9714 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-973-9714. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-973-9714 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9714.
It's the Blitz Scoreboard Show every Friday night at 9 p.m. on ESPN 690. Join Brent Martineau, Casey Kurtz, and the Hall of Famer Kevin Sullivan for scores, analysis, interviews, and live video of games on the ESPN 690 social media platforms.
Kind of weird show today. Like, not weird, but like a fun show.
I thought it was fun. It's the boat show.
It was kind of the boat show. Yeah. Should have taken this to the convention center.
I tell you why I like shows like this. It really embodies the spirit of what you created with the Brent and Friends model.
Yeah, we had
filled with friends.
Yeah, I had a lot of friends come
Friends
on
from
today.
the election folks, friends from Jaguars, all over the place.
Yeah, so that's cool. We like that. We appreciate the friends for stopping in.
Yeah, man.
Maybe someday we'll get Blake Bortles on himself.
The boat.
As a friend.
Maybe he's got a tractor he wants to ride in here. We'll let it happen.
Hey, one thing I have neglected this week, so I'm going to do it right now real quick. Florida State lost for the first time this year.
Yeah, man.
And they got this huge stretch coming up. NC State this week on the road, Clemson back home. And when you lose the first one of that swing when everybody was like, okay, now let's see how good they are, now you start to like, uh-oh, what if they lose this one, which is going to be tough. NC State's good. You make the case NC State just lost to Clemson, so I guess you can't really make the case.
That's a good team, though.
And now Clemson's starting to play a little bit more like the Clemson everybody expects.
Yeah.
These next 2 weeks are tough, and so what happens if you look up in a couple weeks and, Florida State lost all the momentum. They've lost 3 straight, and they're 4-3.
I was looking at last week's game thinking they'd be able to eke out a win, but NC State, Clemson, that's a yeoman's work right there. It's going to be a tough one for FSU to come out of that with a win or two.
Yeah, and there are winnable games on the schedule after this stretch.
Sure.
I feel like the Noles now have to get one of them. Like 5-2 out of this first 7 would still be really good. 4-3. See, this is what I talk about with the Jags sometimes, right? When you start hot, your expectation goes up. And so the disappointment factor of losing 3 in a row would be, oh my gosh, if I told you at the beginning of the season the Noles would be 4-3 after 7, you've been like, all right, I like where we're at.
It's what most of us were talking about.
Right?
We thought this was like a 6-win team.
So that's what I'm talking about. Like the gauge of you want the momentum, you want the karma, you want the feel good around. And I believe now you look up in a couple weeks, I think you got to steal one of these games. And it would be a steal, by the way. Both of these teams are better than Florida State.
Top 15 ranked.
Which hasn't meant much all year.
Fair enough. But, at least they're good enough to be there right now. But, look at the rest of the schedule, and you got to start asking yourself, where are you going to start stacking some more of these wins?
You got the schedule in front of you?
I do. You got NC State coming up next.
All right, so let's just say they lose both, right?
Okay, then after that, you got Georgia Tech. You win that game.
So 4-3, you hope. Now, Georgia Tech just beat Pitt.
I think FSU can win that Georgia Tech.
All right, so let's 5-3.
It's in Tallahassee, too.
Okay.
Then you got Miami. That's a tough game.
It's a tough game, but Miami is in all sorts of weird places, but it's a rivalry game. So I don't know how you can sit here right now. All right, I'll do this again to you, Florida State fan. Right now, you're like, hey, I like my chances against Miami. If you lose 3 in a row, in 2 weeks when I ask this question, would you say I feel good about beating Miami? And your answer would be no. And it's already a rivalry game. So I don't care what everybody thinks they are and who they are and whatever. So I don't know. Let's call it a win because people are going to want to call it a win. But I'm not sure it's a win. 6-3.
So then you go to Syracuse, and they're also a top 25 ranked school right now, just barely.
Yeah. See, you're not winning all 3 of those games. You're not beating Georgia Tech, Miami, and Syracuse. I don't believe that to be the case. So I'm going to say you lose to Syracuse, and you're 6-4.
All right. Then Louisiana is a winnable game in
7-4. You got to take care of that.
And then the big UF versus FSU game.
And that would be very interesting, right? So that would be
similar
critical
teams in their trajectory, don't you think?
Well, actually, I think Florida State right now feels better about their trajectory than where Florida is. But in all fairness to Billy Napier, he's where Mike Norvell was a couple years ago. Now, he was starting from a better place, but he's still got to clean up some things, and their defense isn't good. So that could be critical. Like, you could get to the Florida game, and FSU is 7-4, has a chance to be 8-4 or 7-5. And there could be a massive difference in feel of that, and especially if they lost to Miami. Because Florida State fans, if you're 7-5 and lose to Miami and Florida, you're like, oh, dang. We can't say we're the best in the state.
Yeah.
If you are 8-4 and you beat Miami and Florida, now you're like, boom, here we go. We got good recruits. We got this. We got everything's hopping. That is a massive difference between how those 2 games go and 7-5 and 8-4, in my opinion. Like, I think you can see what I'm getting at. You can write the story for Florida State in a lot of different ways for the rest of 2022. And they've put themselves in a good position to write it in a positive way. But now are they going to be able to tell the rest of the story?
Well, look, if you beat Miami and you lose to Syracuse and then you take care of business against Louisiana and then you end up winning that Florida game, you're talking about going 3-1 as you enter into bowl season in a year. You're finishing with what? What'd you say, 8 wins?
Yeah.
In a year where the expectation was 6. I think we had Jeff Colhane in here talking about 6.
Yeah, and he was trying to find a path to 8. Everybody was trying to find a path to 8
and
for the
we were
Noles.
struggling, weren't we?
And so 8 would be so big. It's kind of like what I said with the Jags this year. It's like, I think you can get to 6 wins. Getting to 7 would be, wow. Now we've changed that a little bit. We said yesterday the floor is 7. Get to 8, and it feels pretty darn good around here, even if you just miss out on the playoffs, I think. But the Noles now go from, hey, how can we find a way to get the Noles to 8 wins? Now you're like, I kind of feel like you got to get to 8 wins to make everybody happy.
See, but when we're talking about the Jaguars, you're talking about games that have already taken place that you had possibly chalked up as losses that the Jags not only won, but looked really good in. Has that happened with FSU this year? Like, we kind of thought they were going to roll over Boston College.
Yeah, but they beat LSU.
Yeah.
And who'd they beat?
Louisville.
And Louisville. You could have easily seen them losing one or both of them.
I mean, they almost lost that LSU game.
So, but yeah, those are not walk. You didn't know what you had in FSU, so you certainly could have lost that. So anyway, I think FSU is really interesting. NC State, they got them this week. Obviously, you can listen to it right here on ESPN 690. Your home for FSU football and basketball. So we'll see what happens with them. But there's a lot of different ways, like I said, to write the story. Here in Jacksonville. All right, that's going to do it. Overtime coming up with Brian Middleton. Casey Kurtz not today. We'll be back at it tomorrow at String Sports Brewery, I think is the plan, at 3 o'clock. And we'll have an hour show with Jamal Agnew and James Stewart, former Jags running back, expected to be there with us on All Access tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It's an hour show at String Sports Brewery, so hopefully you can join us for that. As I say goodbye and we say goodbye, I also want to tell you a little bit about Nimnick Buick GMC, nimnickbuickgmc.com. Of course, I drive my GMC Sierra. Plenty of trucks and cars on the lot now at Nimnick Buick GMC, and you can also check them out at nimnickbuickgmc.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Hey, a couple of months ago, I had this conversation about somebody needs a mobile oil change place. I thought I was ahead of the curve, starting a new business or something. Nimnick's all over it. Do you live in Jacksonville Beach or Ponte Vedra area? Nimnick Buick GMC now offers mobile oil changes in the local beach communities. Nimnick will come to your home or office, change your oil, rotate your tires, and top off your fluids. To learn more and schedule your mobile oil change online, visit nimnickbuickgmc.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Winning is in the cards at Best Bet St. Augustine, the only card room and sports bar in St. Augustine, Florida. With nonstop action, poker games of all limits, and a sports bar, Best Bet St. Augustine has you covered. Play in the $60 no-limit hold'em tournaments on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Or try our game tables like 1-card poker, 3-card poker, and Ultimate Texas Hold'em. You can also watch your favorite football games with the NFL Sunday Ticket at our sports bar. Visit Best Bet St. Augustine, located at 800 Marketplace Drive in St. Augustine, Florida.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Mortno from Brent and Friends on ESPN 690. Tune into our high-energy, multi-platform show Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690 and a variety of video streaming platforms as well. As the seasons change, so do the sports topics. It's football season now, and we're bringing you all things sports weekdays from 3 p.m. until 6 p.m. And you can tailgate with us at the Duval House for every Sunday home game this football season. Fueled by Celsius Essential Energy. Live fit. I've been telling you about iCryo now for the last 6 months. Elevate your lifestyle and save while you do it. If you listen to ESPN 690, you can get a day pass to iCryo in St. Johns County for just $69. Tell them ESPN 690 sent you, and you can pick 3 of the 6 lifestyle services: whole body cryo, local cryo, compression, red light therapy, infrared sauna, cryofacial. Just has to be used all in one day, 3 out of 6 for $69. It's a heck of a deal for listening to ESPN 690 at iCryo.com.
Dave Benyon with Zero Res. October is birthday month for Zero Res. I can't believe it's been 18 years since my wife and I started this business. It has been such a pleasure serving you, the good people of Jacksonville. To celebrate, just say, "Happy birthday, Zero Res," and we will give you $75 off your cleaning. That's $75 off carpet cleaning, tile and grout, upholstery, area rugs, or granite countertops. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums will apply, so give us a call. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards. It's the right way to clean.
When I moved to Jacksonville 15 years ago, I found Nimnick Buick GMC. That led to the Acadia. I had a couple of them. And now the GMC Sierra truck, and I love it. I'm on my second one of those, all from Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. I know the product, the service, and I know the people. From Billy Nimnick to Jackie Lynch and James Jones. They've been my friends since 2008. Nimnick has been your friend in Jacksonville since 1941. NimnickBuickGMC.com. It's where I'll get my next truck, or maybe it'll be my kid's first vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC.
Traveling? Volunteering? Spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Broadcasting live from the Anajar and Levine studios. Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
ESPN 690 pays your bills.
Are you kidding me?
You've got 5 chances to win $1,000 every weekday at 8 a.m., 10, noon, 2, and 5 p.m. This is a nationwide contest message and data rates apply. Complete rules at ESPN690.com. ESPN 690 pays your bills on ESPN 690, Jacksonville's home for ESPN Radio.
WOKV Jacksonville. Listen live everywhere you go on ESPN690.com. ESPN 690, a Cox Media Group station.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. No Jonathan Taylor for the Colts tomorrow night against the Broncos. The All-Pro running back will miss the first game of his college or NFL career because of an ankle injury. Giants coach Brian Daboll says quarterback Daniel Jones' sprained left ankle has improved and he's made progress since suffering the injury on Sunday. He did practice some today. Jones probably a game-time decision against the Packers in London on Sunday. The combo of Jones and the Giants' offensive line is worrisome, though, for ESPN's Marcus Spears.
I'm fearful for Daniel Jones. This offensive line doesn't block well. And to be on an ankle that you don't know if you're going to be able to move and get out of the harm's way,
which is part of his game.
Which is a part of his game. Yeah. That is very concerning. And I think Brian Daboll is thinking about that as well.
Backup quarterback Tyrod Taylor remains in concussion protocol. Browns pass rusher Myles Garrett back at practice today for the first time since crashing his car September 26. Returning to practice puts him potentially on track to return against the Chargers on Sunday. Baseball, the Angels hired Phil Nevin as their manager, removing his interim title and gave him a 1-year contract.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive offers a great price and round-the-clock protection when bundling home and auto. It's one of those rare times where you could save money and get something great. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
If you haven't take problems, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but Chris ain't one.
Not on my watch, our military service members say, as they volunteer to serve. Not on my watch, they say, as they leave their families behind to keep the rest of ours safe. As they move out, stand firm, and take fire. So not on our watch, we say, to the severely ill or injured veterans who can't get the care they deserve, the therapists they need to walk again, the treatment they need to talk again, the lifetime of day-to-day help they need to live full and independent lives. When there's no more government funding, or a nursing home seems like the only option, or everyone says there's no hope for recovery, we won't leave one warrior behind. Not on our watch. Find out how you can do your part at findwwp.org.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom. But a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me.
Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
or if that resume was from someone who
worked 12-hour shifts at the recycling company with my dad, who's 72. That taught me a work ethic that I carry with me every day.
we rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone.
Growing up where I did, a lot of things could have gotten in the way of my goals. But I learned to push through, and that's what I bring to work every day.
So maybe it's time we look beyond the resume and look to Grads of Life. Discover new ways to develop great talent that are so much more than what's on paper at gradsoflife.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.
The Red Cross responds to nearly 66,000 disasters every year, most of them house fires. Red Cross President and CEO Gail McGovern says you need to develop an evacuation plan and practice it, especially with your children. It takes just 2 minutes for a home to be engulfed in flames.
Practice those drills. We all think our kids know what to do. They don't. We need to teach them. We have started a large campaign where we're going into vulnerable communities and helping install smoke alarms. Already 92 lives were saved, and 4 of those lives were saved by a 5-year-old girl who remembered what we taught them during these fire drills, and she got her family out. We also have a slew of free apps that people can download onto their smartphones. It's what to do in every kind of disaster you can imagine, how to prepare and how to recover.
To help support all the Red Cross does and to make a financial donation, go to redcross.org. That's redcross.org.
Everyone is talking about healthcare these days. America spends twice that of other developed countries on our healthcare system, yet our health ranks near the bottom. How can we stop spending so much and getting so little? Shifting to a system based on primary care can help fix the problem. Patients with a primary care doctor live longer, healthier lives and are less likely to suffer from cancer, heart disease, or stroke. Primary care that is comprehensive and coordinated also saves money. Patients who have a primary care doctor spend 30% less on health care than patients who don't. States with a high number of primary care doctors have lower health care costs and higher quality care. Primary care can help make America healthy again. To learn more about the benefits of primary care, visit www.healthisprimary.org. This message is brought to you by America's Family Physicians.
Here we go. On a Wednesday, overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690. Now, if you are a listener of the show, you know that though me and Casey are equals on the show, I normally am not the one speaking when we first started. It's usually Casey Lamont Kurtz, and he's usually well-versed already in whatever we're about to talk about because he's on the big show. He's on Brent and Friends, talking with Aaron Schachter and Brent Martineau for 3 hours from 3 to 6 p.m. But instead, today, you're listening to me. So that can only mean one thing. Casey Kurtz is on vacation in the middle of the week. Casey is going to be in a wedding. I think he went back home to Indiana. He said he got on the road around 7:30 last night or 11:30 last night, something like that, something crazy. And I think that they took about 13 and a half hours to get there. So, I did speak to him real quickly via text about something that I may bring up later. But I will say this much. Today, you're in for a special treat. Even though we don't have Casey, I think we have some good replacements. We have 2 of my podcast mates. You've heard them both on the show before in some capacity. We have Marcus Wilson. We have Courtney Benton. I'll bring them in a moment as soon as I stop talking about NBA because both of them, that's the one part I don't like to bring them in on. They're a little iffy on that. But Marcus Wilson and Courtney Benton will be on the show with me today in order to help me get through this Wednesday while Casey is out on vacation. So, I don't want to bury the lead. I don't want to bore you anymore. Let's get to the top story right now. Blake Bortles, Jacksonville's very own. I mean, he played here for a while. I don't know if I'd call him Jacksonville's very own, but he was here. He did some good things. He's retiring. Out of here. How old is Blake Bortles? I should have Wikipedia'd that. He can't be 30, can he? He might be 31, right? I don't know yet. I don't have you mics on yet, guys. I don't know. I heard you say something, though. Let me see. I don't hear you guys. Marcus, did you say something already?
Maybe
I didn't bring
29.
you in yet, but tell me. 29?
Something like 29.
Okay.
29,
Hold on for a second. Let me make sure I got Courtney on here, too. Courtney, say something. No, I still don't have you on here. That's fine. I'll get you situated. I'm going to get you situated, Courtney. Marcus, what were you saying?
No, I heard Brandon say in Aaron the show before saying that he had got out before he was 30 CTE. So I'm pretty sure he's at least 29, 28, something like that. So,
okay. Well, cool. Well, it just so happens I have a great story about this while I'm trying to figure out Courtney's mic on the fly.
Technical issues.
Yeah. Well, I just don't have the right channel up. It's my fault. But here's the deal, right? Blake Bortles, in my opinion, and tell me if you agree, has very tough skin. Let me tell you why before you even give me a yes or a no, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's very hard to be in the public eye, right? There's a lot of pluses that go on with that. There's a lot of negatives that go with it as well, right? But if you're in the public eye, especially the higher that you go, you're dealing with stuff like fame, right? You're dealing with stuff like fortune. You get into all of the best clubs, best parties. People give you free stuff even though you have more than enough money to buy it 10 times over, right? But one of the main negatives is that people think because you get all of those pluses that they can say anything they want. Dare I say, there are people who think that they could do your job better than you.
Oh, boy.
I tell you what, let me give you one more example, Marcus. Today, right? I ain't gonna name any names. I mean, it involves me, but I don't think of myself as a public figure, but I'm on air, so people hear you.
Yeah. You got fans.
I don't think I got fans, but I definitely have one detractor.
Oh, boy.
And so, in my other job, I do something very different from sports, but I'm on air. Get a message. And the message, I won't go into detail, but it was a bunch of stuff about what I wasn't doing right. Now, it felt like a frustration type email. And because they don't have my my IG to DM me and they don't have my number to text me, this is the way that they do it.
Oh, boy.
But I got to tell you, I looked at the email. And by the way, if you're listening, you shouldn't email from your job. That's a terrible thing to do if you're going to send an email like that, okay? Because I know your first and last name and where you work. It's a terrible thing. Don't do that. But I think that when people see or hear you on air or they see you play or they see you sing a song, they feel comfortable like they know you and deep down they feel like they can do your job better than you. And so when I was reading that email, it took about 90 seconds of just being, knock it off, like tighten up. Like you don't know everything that went into me actually doing these reports right here. And it's not rocket science, but I got a lot of stuff going on with what I'm doing in my other job. But then I thought about Blake Bortles because, I sent you guys a message about some of the stuff we'd be doing in today's show. I was like, hey, we definitely going to talk about this retirement. We owe it to him. But think about Blake Bortles' career here in Jacksonville. Even at the height of it, imagine how many people, probably people in this room, who were saying stuff about Blake Bortles. They're thinking that, hey, man, he can't throw. He can't pass. He's not the guy for you. Like, how dare you? You can't even make it on your JV team. And you're talking about a guy who was a conference player of the year, a guy who was an MVP of a Fiesta Bowl, a guy who got drafted to play quarterback in the NFL, which is a super cerebral position. Not to say that there are other positions that don't take brain, smarts, but like quarterback, you really got to know just about everything that's going on with everybody, every play.
Right.
And then you got to figure out what's going on with everybody on the opposite end of you, every play. So I just, while we're giving Blake his flowers and maybe going over some of the rough patches, I just wanted to shout him out, B.O.A.T the GOAT, because listen, he's he has some thick skin. And today that little email that was sent to me really reminded me. So shout out to you, Blake Bortles. I'll tag it. I'll pull this and tag you in it. Hopefully, you respond back. But what do you guys think about Blake Bortles and his career here?
Man, Blake really set the bar. Yes, he had a lot of rough moments.
I ain't say that now. I ain't say he set the bar now.
Okay, let me say this. Blake Bortles finished the NFL career tied for the best win percentage at home and the 4th most rushing yard attempts in the NFL. So, you cannot just look over that.
Well, that's true.
Stats don't lie.
That's true. Now, see, I just gave this glowing endorsement, leading into it and telling people, how dare you. But now, I don't want my quarterback having the 4th most rushing attempts in Jaguars history. Is that what you were saying?
NFL history.
In NFL history? Really?
Yes, sir. That's true. That's facts.
I don't know if that would be in my Hall of Fame pitch for him. Gotta be real with you for my
and
quarterback.
Look at the playoff wins as well. Who else winning?
That's fair. Hey, Courtney, that is fair. And you bring up some good points right there. Marcus, what do you think about Blake Bortles' career in general, and then especially here in Jacksonville?
Robbie Blake Bortles, man.
That's what it was. I couldn't remember what you called it all those years ago. Robbie. Okay, go ahead.
Blake Bortles. You remember that? Wow,
I
that
did.
was a long time
I
ago.
did.
Yeah, man. So it's crazy. Me and the other guy who we both know was saying, he's not actually right-handed. He's actually left-handed, but he threw with his right hand, so he was throwing with his off hand. So some of those passes might have looked bad and everything, but man, I tell you one thing, just like they said in the show before, this guy was a likable guy. Like, he was a likable guy in the community, a likable guy on the team. All his teammates had good things to say about him. And man, I tell you, one of my favorite memories of Robbie Blake Bortles is him going head to head with one Mr. Ben Roethlisberger in the playoffs, and him throwing a touchdown to win the game to touchdown Tommy Bohannon. I don't know if y'all remember that.
Let's go, number 45.
40,
40
45,
or 45,
41, something like that. Fullback.
42-35. Made the score 42-35.
Ooh,
something like that,
those stats. Wow, I ain't even had a score like that, but that was my
I can picture that.
Okay, that's what's up. Yeah, but he beat Ben Roethlisberger, man, and that's one of my biggest. That's one of my biggest memories of him, man. And then of course hearing those stories about the beach bars, we all heard all of those stories. That's
yes,
what
sir.
I say. Yeah.
But really, the most memories I would say is 2018, the whole season of 2018. He had some moments, especially with Seattle. I would say Seattle definitely. Like, that game, he really stepped up, and that was the turning point for that season. He really, that was his, season. But, of course, 2019, but, yes, 2018, I would
Because y'all were fickle. See, I wasn't a Jags fan then, so I can talk about y'all back then. Y'all were fickle, and most of y'all, Florida Gator fans that are fickle as well. So as soon as there's a bit of adversity and y'all don't get 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 wins, I'm talking about the Gators, and you come off of a great run as a Jags fan with that team. As soon as there's a little bit of a pothole, get him out of town.
No, that was
now
all
he's
on
retired.
Tom. That was Tom. That was all on Tom.
Well, I say this right here. I say this. I've always been a Blake Bortles fan, to be honest. And you remember going back, I was always, pulling them stats for him. I like Blake Bortles as a player because I seen that, he didn't have to be, that perfect to take that team like in 2017. People say, well, he was the weakest link on the team, but like I said, he dueled other quarterbacks. He went against other guys, and he the one that got you to the playoffs. He hadn't been to the playoffs before that since what, 2011 or something like that. I can't even remember. No, not 2011 because that was Blaine Gabbert. I'm tripping.
No, Blaine was there.
So yeah, but yeah, man, Blake Bortles, man, he actually earned some respect here in Jacksonville. He brought us some relevancy within the last 10 years or so. So you got to give him his props. No, absolutely. Once again, in the drought of Jags history in the 2010s to even right now, the real one bright spot for as a team overall success was that 2017 run, that Miles Jack wasn't down, game. Like that. So, and Blake Bortles was the quarterback of that. And so things that you always hear, quarterback position, it gets the most praise. It also catches the most flag, usually on a team, especially when you start talking about professionally, but even down from college, even in high school, if you really want to be honest about it. But what Blake did here in Jacksonville, honestly, only one other quarterback has ever done, Mark Brunell.
Yeah.
Get you that far into the playoffs. And so if I'm Blake, if I'm B.O.A.T, I'm like, hey, look, I need to be in this ring of honor. I hear the Jazz got a little ring of honor, and I need one right now. I know Tony Baselli's having his ceremony, not this week, right? Yeah. You gotta let the man have his say, have his day. Tony Baselli probably should have the rest of this year. It should be a ceremony every home game. But I'm just saying, if I'm B.O.A.T the GOAT, that's me, right? But also, I couldn't make it to the NFL as a quarterback. So that's why Blake Bortles shouldn't listen to me. All I'm saying is he's done something that only Mark Brunell has done for the Jags, and that is something to be respected. That is something to be commended, and we're going to give him his flowers. And honestly, if he's under 30, he done made a bunch of money. You know what I mean? He can do a bunch of different things. He can go back down to the bar. He can stay out on the beach. He probably has a career in broadcasting if he wants it. You know what I'm saying? So, like, Blake Bortles is winning at life.
Update. April 28th, 1992.
Yeah,
exactly 30 years old. Exactly 30.
Still, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, 30 years old, multimillionaire. I see you out here, B.O.A.T.
I ain't mad.
So final thoughts before we go into break, guys. How would you sum up Blake Bortles' career in one sentence?
Above average Jaguar, just average NFL QB.
Okay. Run-on sentence, but it's one sentence. Court. Woo, that sentence that's fire right there. Nothing.
B.O.A.T the GOAT.
Oh, okay, that's what I was going to say. B.O.A.T the GOAT. B.O.A.T the GOAT. All right, guys. All right, that's enough Blake Bortles talk for this show. We're going to go into break. When we come back, me, Courtney, Marcus, I'm going to do For Your Defense. Yeah, we're doing it without Casey. It'll be interesting to see if they can hold up their end of the bargain. I like to see how people think quickly on their feet. That and more when we come back with Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton minus the Kurtz here on ESPN 690.
Mondays like nobody does them in Jacksonville. We start with MJD at 3.
I'm excited.
You should
I'm
be.
excited. I hope everyone else is as well, because this is a different team. And, as you look around the AFC South, everyone's starting to struggle a little bit. And so you just got to keep getting better each week.
And then Rasheem Mathis at 4.
As a Jacksonville community, we should be excited. We should be very excited. I love what I'm seeing. I love the passion. I love the aggressiveness. I love everything about the Jaguars and how they're playing across the board right now.
Catch them every Monday on ESPN 690.
Now, the First Alert forecast on ESPN 690.
Mostly clear, nice and cool again tonight. Temperatures dropping into the 50s. Plenty of sun and a warm Thursday. Highs tomorrow reach the mid-80s. For the CBS 47 at Fox 30 Action News Jack's First Alert Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Mike Burrish.
The Weather Center is brought to you by Beards Diamonds. Save thousands on buy one, get one on wedding bands now through October 23rd.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Gah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending Ooma and their all-in-one phone, video, and collaboration solution.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Visit Ooma.com. That's OOMA.com to learn more. Ooma. Smart communications for the smarter business.
Is your digital marketing strategy keeping you up at night? Do you have more questions than answers? CMG Local Solutions can help you take all the guesswork out of digital marketing. Let CMG Local Solutions create the best marketing plan for your global, regional, or local business. CMG Local Solutions has the right tools to fit your business's marketing needs.
Learn more at cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville. That's cmglocalsolutions.com/Jacksonville.
It's time for the Northeast Florida Fall Boat Show. One weekend only, October 15th and 16th at the J-Tech Institute in Jacksonville's Southside. Boatloads of deals on all the latest boats and accessories. Fishing boats, cruisers, ski boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft from trusted dealers. Vendors, kids' activities, food, and fun. The Northeast Florida Boat Show, presented by ViStar Credit Union. Tickets and details at boatjacks.com. That's boatjacks.com.
In Florida, it's not if the storms are coming, it's when the storms are coming. And that's why you need the chief. Jacksonville's chief meteorologist, Mike Burrish, with a proven track record of keeping local families safe. Rain, heat, hurricanes, flooding, tornadoes. We get it all. Just more reasons why you need the chief. Chief meteorologist Mike Burrish, backed by the First Alert Weather Team. Only on CBS 47 and Fox 30 Action News Jax.
O'Reilly. O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstart batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you download the Home Depot app, taking on big or small projects starts with a tap. It's your pocket-sized toolbox for getting more done. Image search helps you find what you need with a snap. Store mode pinpoints exactly where to go to get what you want while you're at our store. Or just tap to arrange for easy curbside pickup, all from the palm of your hand. It's the app that's made for doing. The Home Depot app. How doers get more done.
ESPN 690 needs your help for our neighbors in need. Log on to ESPN 690 right now as Hurricane Ian devastated parts of Florida and many people have lost everything. We're teaming up with the American Red Cross to help neighbors in need. Go to our website, ESPN690.com to donate. Thank you.
All right, welcome back to Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690. Brian Middleton here, joined with Marcus Wilson, Courtney Benton, helping me out while Casey is on a vacation. Guys, you still doing all right? Made it through the first block pretty easy, talking some Blake Bortles.
Yes, sir.
And I tell you what, I appreciate your opinion. I appreciate your opinions so much. I couldn't wait to get to this next segment that we got to hop into pretty quickly since we went pretty long in that first break.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that first block, but it's called For Your Defense.
Oh, boy.
Now, if you're not familiar with it, I'm not sure who's listening right now, but let me give you a quick breakdown, all right? There's going to be a charge, a defendant, and then each one of you will have 30 seconds with the charge that's given to you to act as the defense lawyer and make a case for your defendant. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Courtney, do you got it?
Yes, sir.
Are we sure?
Yes.
All right, let's start with the first one. Marcus, I'm going to start with you, okay?
Yes, sir. Let's get it.
All right. Go. All right. Accused of being potentially a hustler to the highest degree. Defend the fan who caught Aaron Judge's AL record-breaking 60-second home run if he does not give or sell the ball back to Judge and instead sells it to the highest bidder. And just one more caveat, I just saw a story. Someone offered $2 million for the ball and he said, nah, can't do it. So I don't know what he exactly is looking for. Marcus, and go.
All right, so listen. First of all, scared money don't make no money. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you offer me $2 million, but I can get $3. I can get 4. Ain't it supposed to be some sort of legendary 62 milestone Hall of Fame going into the Hall of Fame type ball? All right, so cool. Yeah, it ain't Barry Bonds, which is 73, but we ain't gonna talk about that.
Let's not do that one.
Yeah, but still, since you want to offer me $2 million, I know I can get $3 million, and then I can know if I can get $3 million on the street, I probably can get 4.5. So of course I'm gonna go ahead and keep that, man.
17 to get you 5.
Who you telling? If an if was a filth.
Okay. Where's this dump button? Courtney Benton. Here you go. All right.
Let's go.
Your person. Oh, okay. Your person is accused of being the real MVP in the second degree. Jalen Hurts is most likely at the top of a lot of people's MVP list after the first 4 games of the season. But defend your client or clients, you can either choose one or do both, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes as being the actual MVP so far this NFL season. And go.
I'm going to have to go with Lamar Jackson. And when I say Lamar Jackson, it's just because he has been one of the best, I would say, when it comes to defending. I would say he actually had 65% of the Ravens' points this year. And when you think about the points, I'm getting off topic a little bit, but when you think about those points and the things he has done, yes, he's made interceptions.
Enough.
30
seconds.
30.
I think Lamar going to jail. I think he's going to go to jail.
He going.
I think you're the MVP. No, I'm just playing, Courtney. You make a good point. He has the majority of the team's points. I mean, he is the quarterback, but his yardage that he's had in some of these games has just been video game level. Mm-hmm. So I totally understand where you're going with that one, Courtney. Marcus Wilson.
Come with it.
Your client is accused of being phonies in the third degree. The New York Giants have started the season at an impressive 3-1, even though it always hasn't looked impressive. Defend the G-men by telling us why they are the real deal, and go.
Listen, my client has to be the real deal. Why? Because our quarterback is Daniel Jones. Okay, our quarterback came from Duke, a non-football school. That's a basketball school. Okay, my running back has been hurt. He steps on attack and he bleeds out. Okay, so listen, we have no receivers. Our receiver just tore his ACL by jogging up the field. These guys are the real deal because they play real football. And I'm screaming into the mic, even if I don't believe it, I'm gonna make you believe that my clients are the real deal.
A little aggressive. Okay, almost in contempt. All right. Can't talk to the judge like that. And the Saquon Barkley argument is just ridiculous, but okay. That's what you do for your client. You say whatever to get them off. Courtney Benton. Your client is accused of being made out of tissue paper in the first, second, and third degree. Defend Anthony Davis playing most of the regular season, even though he's already on the Lakers injury report after one preseason game with tightness in his lower back. It is listed that he's probable to play in Monday's game against Sacramento for the second preseason game. And go.
You know what? How am I going to? I would be a fool to sit up here and defend this right now. I can't defend.
No. That's not how this game works. Now see, you done made me turn off the 30 You were 7 seconds in. Listen, there are plenty of people who are public defenders, who are high-end, defense attorneys.
They know they're guilty.
Don't believe a word of what they're saying.
Listen, before he even get on the floor, it's going to be an injury. I can't defend it.
You got to put your biases aside. This man's paying you good. You know how much Anthony Davis making this year? But I know it's a lot, okay? And that direct deposit going to hit, that cash app, however he paying you, going to hit. So what I need you to do right now is put that aside and make a competent argument for Anthony Davis playing the entire season and playing it well, Casey. I called you Casey again, Courtney, and go.
So I think Anthony Davis, he's going to get back to what we've known him to be before the injuries. Anthony Davis was one of the top. And those injuries, he's actually healed over the last 2 years, and he's ready to get back in despite the tightness in his back. He's ready to go. And I feel that this season, if we don't play him for maybe 30 or 40 games, we might have a chance.
Wow. And she couldn't help it. She couldn't help it. She's like, I need you to go to jail. I need you to.
That boy get hurt. That boy get hurt playing 2K.
10 seconds in, and you just turned into the prosecutor. There's got to be, what do you call it when a mistrial?
Mistrial. No, it's not a mistrial.
Marcus Wilson.
I'm with it. Let's go.
Accused of not taking any disrespect in the third degree. Defend a couple who runs a printing company who agreed to do all of the signage and guest books for their cousin's wedding for free until they found out they weren't invited to the wedding. Then they sent the cousin a bill for $2,000+ and go.
Listen, blood is thicker than water. I get that, right? But I'm running a business. Yeah, I said I would do it for free. But when you ain't invite me to your wedding and we supposed to be fam, we supposed to be blood, oh, now you the ops, okay? So since you the ops for this weekend and I provided services for you, I'm going to need that up out you. Either it's Cash App, Venmo, Zelle, transfers, I'm going to need some up out you. And thank you. I don't need the rest of the 30 seconds.
No, yeah, you do. That's how the game goes. Why are y'all coming in here as guests and just changing up the game? Like,
right.
no,
I'm sorry.
No,
I got to say
you need the 30 seconds because it's 30 seconds of TikTok.
I'm sorry. I'm supposed to say, I'm sorry. I rest my case.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, still, I would have let it play out and been like, I want my turn to take the full 30 seconds. I want my turn to take the full 30 seconds. I don't know why Courtney's waving her hands.
She's showing out over here.
You just want to say it on the air? I don't know. What?
I have nothing to say.
Oh, okay. You have nothing to say about the next client?
I don't think she. I don't know.
Marcus, you can take this next client then.
They're going to jail.
Oh, you're talking about this guy. Okay. Well, okay. Courtney, are you ready for your next and final client?
Yeah.
Okay, Marcus, are you ready for the next and final client?
I'll defend anybody. Let's go.
All right, from the world of Target and TikTok. Okay. Marcus, you're a wino. Okay, here we go. Accused of being too good to be true in the third degree. There have been viral videos made about Target selling a particular bottle of wine for as cheap as 60 cents, and it's said to be good. Defend the fact that people are buying 60-cent wine without hesitation. Marcus Wilson, and go.
Okay, so we got the wine is cheap. People, first of all, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of lonely nights and everything. They need some wine and everybody can't afford it. I mean, how much is Kool-Aid packets? 25 cents, 50 cents? You know what I'm saying? Why should Kool-Aid packets be 25 to 50 cents? And wine needs to be for a box of it, $3, $4 or $15, $16, and good wine costs $200. I don't need no aces of spades and nothing like that. I just need a little bit of something. You know what I'm saying? If I'm sipping and watching WWF Raw or something like that, I need something to sip on. 60 cents is good.
That boy took it back. He said WWF.
Yeah, I forgot it was an E in there somewhere.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know about it. Oh, man. Okay. Marcus. Way to get some of your people off. Way to get some of your people off. Courtney Benton, become a prosecutor because I can't wait. I hope you guys come in again at some point when we do For Your Defense so that we can work on this some more. But anyway, we got to get into a break. I got to make sure I get all these commercials in, and I'm not sure that I have so far. Anyway, when we come back, we will either be doing this or that or talking some more sports about something else. Either way, stick around with us. Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690.
Kogan, your Duval County Supervisor of Elections, wants to remind you October 11th is the deadline to register to vote for the November 8th general election. You can register online by visiting duvalelections.gov. Call 904-255-8683 for more information.
Men suffering from erectile dysfunction or PE, regardless of age or past medical history, you'll see instant results on your first visit at Prime Men's Medical Center. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free. Call now, 904-664-8214.
When I moved to Jacksonville 15 years ago, I found Nimnick Buick GMC. That led to the Acadia. I had a couple of them. And now the GMC Sierra truck, and I love it. I'm on my second one of those, all from Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. I know the product, the service, and I know the people. From Billy Nimnick to Jackie Lynch and James Jones. They've been my friends since 2008. Nimnick has been your friend in Jacksonville since 1941. NimnickBuickGMC.com. It's where I'll get my next truck, or maybe it'll be my kid's first vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC.
Do you make a purchase just because it's cheap? Never, right? So why would you ever purchase a do-it-yourself security system just because it's cheap? Right now, some companies say you can buy a refurbished one for a whopping $206. Refurbished means the last family found it unacceptable, and now they want to pawn it off on you. And that's more upfront money than SafeTouch security charges for their Advantage package, which includes a two-way communicator. And the SafeTouch system includes free installation by SafeTouch professionals. After all, you're the least experienced security installer you know, right? SafeTouch gives you 24/7 UL-approved monitoring in their very own central station right here where you live. So the do-it-yourself system has cheap, non-professional equipment, comes with no Florida license, and wholesale who-knows monitoring. SafeTouch Security comes with the finest equipment available, certified installers, and monitoring right here in Florida, with a lifetime warranty on parts and labor. Call 888-723-8682 or visit safetouch.com today. State license number EF0000233.
Do you know a child who is deaf, hard of hearing, blind, or visually impaired? The Florida School for the Deaf and Blind in St. Augustine offers a tuition-free educational program to prepare the child for a lifetime of success. FSDB offers free comprehensive education, transportation, and boarding services at no cost to all eligible deaf or blind students, elementary through high school, no matter where the student lives in Florida. Call 800-344-3737 or log on to www.fsdbk12.org to learn more.
Hi, this is Mal Washington. The Malavia Washington Youth Foundation provides after-school and summer programs for youth in Jacksonville's urban core. Learn more about the foundation at malwashington.com. Want to offer hope and change a child's life? Please consider joining the Malavia Washington Youth Foundation once a week to mentor a child. Visit malwashington.com to learn more. Want to change a life but don't have time to volunteer? Consider sponsoring a child today. It's your serve. Visit malwashington.com to learn more.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey everybody, it's Brent Martineau from Action Sports Jacks. There's a good chance you have a smart speaker, so use it with ESPN 690. Stay up to date on the Jags and all things sports by telling Alexa or Google to play ESPN 690. It's as easy as that. Make sure you listen weekdays 3 until 6 p.m. on ESPN 690.
Welcome back. Overtime with Curtin Middleton here on ESPN 690. I'm joined by Jamarcus Wilson. Wouldn't that be crazy? Isn't that Jamarcus? You should take that. You should take that and just give me my cut. It's not free. Jamarcus, that'd be a 5 IG, little handle. I'm joined by Marcus J. Wilson and Courtney Denise Benton. And now, see, I heard you say something. I don't got your mic on. See? Good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a whole name. That's a whole name right there. Yeah, so, quick question before we get into this or that. Back to the Bortles retirement. He came into the league in 2014. What were you guys doing in 2014?
I was working at, I won't say the name because they're not paying for it, so.
Look at you learning the business.
But yeah, I was working at a shoe store.
I was working right there
living
with her.
life.
On the north side, baby. Gateway Mall. I can say that. Gateway Mall.
Boy. Ooh. The best times.
Tell you what. Good times. Marcus, what were you doing in 2014?
Man, I think I was probably.
Can you say it? Because it feels like you're trying to figure out how not to incriminate yourself. You all right?
No. I done had a lot of injuries and whatnot. So I think I was probably hurting something, tearing something, or breaking something.
That
and that's literally how it goes most of the time. So.
Okay. Listen. Some of these days during the week, if we can get it in, we usually have multiple different segments. And so this or that, very simple. I'm going to give you guys 2 options. You tell me which one you would choose and why. We'll do that for about 4 or 5 minutes. and then we'll get into another break, all right?
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, first up, guys, Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts?
I'm going to go, you know what? I'm going to take Saquon. I like the comeback kid because I want to see a good comeback. I want to see a good story. My man been injured for a couple years. I want to see it. I just want to see it.
Okay. Court, did you want to jump on? You want the next one?
Next one.
Next one. Netflix or Hulu?
Neither, really. But Netflix.
Why neither?
I like ESPN, Bree. You know that.
There you go. More specifically, ESPN 690.
I don't watch all those other shows.
Respect.
ESPN 690, excuse me.
Okay, all right. There we go. Marcus, UGA or Alabama?
Oh, man.
There's a right answer to this, by the way. What you exhaling all hard for, man? It's the right answer.
Georgia, man. UGA. And that's because that's the least one I hate out of the two.
Really?
Yeah. I hate Bama so much. That's it.
Huh? All right, next up, iPhone or Android? Courtney Benton.
iPhone.
Android.
What? Y'all are bugging
Android.
right now. iPhone.
What?
See, man, that's what happened, Courtney. I've known you for a while now, and see, you were more down to earth when you had that movie screen, like Samsung G8, that opened up into a TV screen.
You know I stayed with all the best Samsungs before I was
Recruited into the coast of iPhone.
That's unfortunate. That's iPhone, really?
No, listen, y'all got to come into our world for real. Y'all don't understand. It's like it's a completely different world when you get an iPhone. I'm telling you.
I got to pray that up off you. We'll talk about that off air. I don't want to proselytize on air. Here we go. Marcus, the Chargers or the Ravens?
Oh, the Ravens. The Ravens.
There you go.
They got to me, they got a better upside. And besides, the Chargers have so many injuries right now.
There you go. Courtney Benton.
I would say the Ravens just because of Chargers injuries, but Ravens for now.
I didn't know you were going to jump on now. We were alternating, but I appreciate the fact that you did. And this next question is for you as well. North side or south side of Jacksonville?
North side. I'm going to go with north side.
Because I don't want no problems.
I want no
problems.
Oh my God.
That's why, hey, let me do it one more time. I stand in wholehearted agreement.
You better say north side.
I don't want no problems. Marcus, Miami's Mike McDaniel or the Giants' Brian Daboll? They're both 3-1 coaches.
Hey,
coaches.
I take Miami. He got more talent than, they got Daniel Jones. Case closed.
Yeah, but don't you think that would make the case for Brian Daboll, though? Because you think that the Giants are less talented and he still has them. There's different paths to 3-1, of course.
You're right.
But
week 7, by week 7, let's ask that same question.
Okay, that's when they play?
No, I'm just saying by week 7, because that's like the middle of the season. So it's a 17-game season. Week 8, something like that.
Yeah,
just ask that same one. I forgot.
Now you good, man.
I compensated for the bye week in the first one. I forgot we had one more game now. 17 weeks. My bad.
You good. Let me make sure I'm good. Okay. Hey, guys. Cooper Rush or Dak Prescott?
I think that meant Cooper Rush.
He Coop. Courtney, you got something for that? Sound like you wanted to say something.
Her Coop. That was a Coop for Cooper
Rush. She said Coop as well?
Yeah, she said Coop.
I said Coop.
I can't get that
Oh,
high.
my bad.
I can't get that.
Y'all remember hanging with Mr. Cooper?
Mm-hmm.
Cooper, hanging with my so. Courtney, I don't know if you were born yet. All right, let's see. The Vikings or the Packers? Both 3-1 teams?
Hey, I'm taking A-Rod all day.
I'm taking the Vikings.
I
don't know. Let me. And since y'all both took either side, there you go. Why would you take Kirk Cousins over Aaron Rodgers?
I'm just saying the teams right now.
Okay.
As far as how they're playing.
Excuse me?
Oh, as far as how they're playing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying, no, I'm not. Come on now. Y'all know I would never do that.
Oh.
You just did.
I think we just
No,
got it
I
out
said
of-
the teams.
This is the mode we wanted.
Oh, this is what y'all wanted?
Yes, this is what we wanted.
Yeah, I know. The energy right there. That's great right there. Too bad we're at the last one. Michigan or Ohio State?
I like Ohio State. They got a lot of talent out there. Now Michigan does have that promising quarterback, but I'm gonna take Ohio State until the wheels fall off right now.
Any thoughts, Courtney? It's fine if you don't, because I really don't know that much about Michigan or Ohio State. I know they got great players. I watched a couple of their highlights, but I don't watch their games.
Ohio State, but I'm gonna go Ohio State since they known for putting up points.
Okay, Ryan Day might be about that action too. So I'm about to fight the Rutgers coach. That's good stuff. Well, that's this or that. That segment's wrapping up. We're going to head into another break. Put a bow on the show, as Brent Martineau says. And when we come back, we'll go ahead and finish things up. Probably talking about, who knows what. We'll figure it out in the break. Anyway, Action Sports Jacks Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton here on ESPN 690.
October is birthday month for Zero Res. To celebrate, just say happy birthday, Zero Res, and we will give you up to $75 off your cleaning. That's our birthday gift to you. Some minimums apply, so give us a call. Zero Res, spelled forward or backwards, it's the right way to clean.
Zero Res. Koala Insulation.
Hey, this is Bruce.
And I'm Carrie.
We're the owners of Koala Insulation. Fall is finally here, and hopefully so are milder temperatures. But don't wait to insulate your home. Take advantage of 20% savings off our summer rates and start saving on those utility bills now and all those hot summers to come.
Give us a call and set up your free evaluation at 679-6282 or find us online at koalainsulation.com.
Men, if you're struggling with erectile dysfunction or PE and frustrated taking pills that don't work, Prime Men's Medical Center offers breakthrough medical treatments that effectively treat your problem. 98% of patients experience immediate results during their first office visit. And for a limited time, your initial consultation and first treatment are completely free. Listen to a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Rubinsky. The physicians at Prime Men's Medical Center offer the most advanced treatments that eliminate ED and PE. Now men are lasting 30, 60, 90 minutes or longer, regardless of age or medical history.
Guys, to eliminate your frustration in the bedroom, call Prime Men's Medical Center now to take advantage of this exclusive limited-time offer. Your initial consultation and first treatment are totally free, and you'll see instant results right in the office. Call now, 904-664-8214. 904-664-8214. That's 904-664-8214.
Ready to swoop in the fall of 2022? The UNF Ospreys are ready with a lot of momentum on campus. New improvements at UNF Arena with basketball season right around the corner and tickets already on sale. The fall schedule underway in volleyball and men's and women's soccer, also men's and women's cross country. Get the latest news, schedules, results, and information on tickets for all things Ospreys at UNFospreys.com. Join the Osprey Club, attend a game or a match. Be a part of the momentum at the University of North Florida right now at UNFospreys.com.
Bank how and when you want to with Community First. Get free checking with rewards and free digital tools that make managing your money simple and life simply better. Add an account at justbeyourself.com. Community First Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Listen to ESPN 690 anytime, anywhere, on any device. Whether you're at home or on the go, get the latest on the Jags, FSU, the Jumbo Shrimp, and Action Sports Jacks on Odyssey.com. That's AUDACY.com or on ESPN690.com.
Here on Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton on ESPN 690. I have Marcus Wilson, Courtney Benton in studio with me, helping me out. Maybe just today, maybe for the rest of the week. I'll have to check in with them and see what's going on with their schedule. But yeah, we're going to put a bow on this show. We have a couple of minutes left before we go into ESPN programming. But before we do, we'll touch more on this tomorrow. But the injury report came out again today for the Jags. Zay Jones is still questionable with the ankle now. We know that Zay Jones was sorely missed in this past game. Just really quick, what do you think his impact means to the team so far this early in the season?
His impact? Oh.
What? Go ahead.
My bad. But he has one of the biggest impacts of this season. If you look at the first 4 games of the season, he has the most receptions with, I believe, 173. I'm not too sure. It's probably somewhere up in there. But, like, as far as him, when he's in the game, he's going to catch his passes. His completion rate, when it's thrown to him, I believe his target rate is around 86. I'm not sure. But this man, he has stepped up to the plate, and he's a big part of that offense. And we seen that last week with those for sure hands.
So she's right on. I got it pulled up. 173. So I'm sitting here like
173 receiving yards.
I was like, okay, all right, cool. But yeah, no, he I mean, the offense is designed for a player like him. Coming over from the Raiders, I didn't know what we were going to expect. I thought he was going to be a Marvin Jones kind of like, that's almost like his twin, but he's a little bit more than that. He got a little bit more speed up under him. We can use his field stretching abilities as Trevor, I almost said Blake, as Trevor does on Sunday. So yeah, we did miss him Sunday. Not like Trevor was holding the ball together like that, but anyway, he does a lot for the offense. As you can see, they use him in different ways and using him in motion, using him behind the line, a couple different dump offs, almost like handoffs, but like throwing the ball to him out the backfield, a couple screen plays, couple quick outs, stuff like that. Drag route seems to be his specialty, and then he can get to that middle of that field and he ain't scared to catch the ball. So yeah, we definitely miss him sorely. So hopefully we can get him back soon.
Absolutely. He just adds another dynamic aspect to that Jags offense when you start thinking about Robinson, Etienne, Kirk. I mean, even with Evan Ingram, Dan Arnold. But Zay Jones is just another person that defenses normally have to worry about. And so even if he's just on the field, his presence, I think, calms things down defensively on what they were trying to do or what people will try to do against Trevor in that offense. And it also gives a sense of comfort, I think, to the other guys who are just starting out there. You know what I mean? We got our guy out there, even if he's going at, 80%, 85%. But we'll talk more about that tomorrow as we get an update on the injury report. We also will do some cash it or trash it, whatever else that may break sport-wise. We also will give a preview to Thursday Night Football. So it'll be a lot. It'll be a full show here on Overtime with Kurtz and Middleton. Until then, let me just say a big thank you to Courtney Benton, to Marcus Wilson, even to Casey Kurtz for being on vacation so these two could come in. Until then, we will we'll have to sign off, and we will be back tomorrow here on ESPN 690.
Let's go.
I want to eat a spicy chicken in my Tesla. Is it too much to ask?
October is here and fall is right around the corner, so they say. But you know what else is right around the corner? Your family-owned and operated dealer, Arlington Toyota. Right now, 100 new Toyotas available, and you get a lifetime warranty with unlimited time and miles with your new Toyota purchase. Arlington's even got 400 used ready to test drive and take home today. And Arlington's 30-day exchange program comes with your purchase. That's 30 days to love your purchase or exchange it. Shop in person and online anytime at arlingtontoyota.com.
If you play a sport or coach a sport or watch a sport in Jacksonville, there's a really good chance that uniform was ordered through Baker Sports. Look good, feel good, play good. Custom sports apparel at Baker Sports since 1997 and a staff that wants to help you. They are experts in the business and make outfitting your team a seamless endeavor. The homegrown Jacksonville business is now the top choice for apparel all over the Southeast. Baker Sports, uniforms, hats, shoes, embroidery, screen printing, and 3D printing. They do it all at Baker Sports, helping make your team look good.
It's peak season at Fanatics and we are hiring. Come work for a great local company you already love. Starting pay is $16 per hour. All Fanatics new hires start with 20 hours of unpaid time off, a 40% employee discount, and can contribute to their 401k. Based on company needs, new hires have a chance to be permanent employees with more benefits after peak season. All you have to do to apply is text FAN to 89743. That's FAN to 89743. Did you write that down? Apply by texting FAN to 89743. Fanatics is an equal opportunity employer.
When I moved to Jacksonville 15 years ago, I found Nimnick Buick GMC. That led to the Acadia. I had a couple of them. And now the GMC Sierra truck, and I love it. I'm on my second one of those, all from Nimnick Buick GMC. GMC, we are professional grade. I know the product, the service, and I know the people. From Billy Nimnick to Jackie Lynch and James Jones. They've been my friends since 2008. Nimnick has been your friend in Jacksonville since 1941. NimnickBuickGMC.com. It's where I'll get my next truck, or maybe it'll be my kid's first vehicle at Nimnick Buick GMC.
Hurricane season is here, and now is the time to make a plan and secure your home. Take inventory of your home's hurricane preparedness kit. Don't forget about your pets. Even if you evacuate, secure your home's windows and doors from the storm. Being prepared helps protect your family and home. This hurricane season, don't delay. Make a plan today. Know your zone, know your home. Learn more at floridaDisaster.gov.